on a mic and ask them.
Hey, Axel, can you hear us now?
I can hear you well.
Great. Richard wants to say hi.
Hello, good morning.
Hey,
Anatomy of the clip-on lapel mic, power button inside, battery compartment. Pinch two buttons on the side to open. Mute switch and sync button on the top. All you guys need to worry about is the mute switch. When green, it is live. When orange, it is on. Where's the mute switch? Up top. That's the transmitter. That's the actual microphone.
It's not changing the light when I do that.
Flip it back the other way. There you go. Okay. That's easy. That will correspond with this right here. You can tell from your end if it's muted. On their end, that's going to be the auburn light. Whenever the microphone is muted, that goes for all of these microphones. Mute switch on these is up top. Power button is down here. Sync button is also down here. They're synced to each individual receiver.
just show where we're like.
Okay. Check, check. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, check it. That's the wrong thing. What are we doing?
Whatever sounds, he's picking the mics, doesn't arrive at no speed.
Check, check, 1, 2.
But that was really awesome.
Check, check.
Get the second. But it's obviously a big for winning. Yeah. Yeah.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the first day of LAMMPS workshop. Today is the tutorial day. We're going to have a bunch of really nice talks about different types. Before we get into the details, I just want to, Plimpton is in the audience here. So if you have any questions for Steve, or you've just never met him before, now say hi. Actually, a good time would be during the break that we're going to have about 10 o'clock, when there'll be coffee and other refreshments. Speaking of breaks, I just wanted to mention a housekeeping issue, which is that today and on day 3, which is Thursday, we are paying for our own lunches. Tomorrow, Wednesday, design is, we are very grateful to them provide lunches tomorrow. So today and Thursday, the estimate lunches will cost about $10 per person, and we would request that all of you who participate in the lunch pay that. You can contact Lisa Ventralo, who's out at the front lobby. She has information on payment. She'll take it either in cash, Zelle, or Venmo. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to our first speaker, who is Jake Gissinger from Stevens Institute of Technology. Take it away, Jake.
Thank you very much, Aidan. Appreciate that. Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 LAMMPS workshop. Very excited to see everyone here, both in person and if you're virtual. Hello to you as well. Hopefully you can make it in person next time. It would be great to see you here in Albuquerque. Today, I'm excited to do a brief overview of molecular dynamics, what LAMMPS does, statistical mechanics, and atomic potentials. So I'm an assistant professor at Stevens Institute of Technology, but I've been there for 2 years. And so such as high resolution. So this is resolution details. If you, but clearly you set your initial position and those in time using simple laws. So it's just using Newton's second law, equals MA. And then you repeat and interest until you finish your simulation and you have measured something that you're trying to look for in your research, right? So some things that can be measured at the nanoscale that are commonly used for include interaction energies, diffusion coefficients, thermoplasticity, etc. And what does this actually look like? So if this video will play, here is an example of some atoms and molecules kind of around. So you see that they're connected by bond synthesis. In some cases, they're interacting even though they're not bonded together. So we'll talk a little bit about how exactly we are treating these different interactions. So MD is useful for a wide range of fields. This includes material science, that's a big one, especially for the LAMMPS code, chemistry, biology, energy applications, etc. Now, to model atoms accurately, all the way down to the level of quantum mechanics. So that theory is able to provide you with the actual electronic structure of atoms and molecules. In many cases, though, it's of interest, right? We don't have to worry about that. Just large scales, so things like diffusion and interactions that play out at what is called the mesoscale and beyond. So that is much bigger than an atom, but much smaller than, for example, a cup of coffee. So this scale is something that MD is good at being able to treat, and it acts as a bridge between the quantum mechanics scale, which is very small, maybe a couple of hundred atoms at most, and the continuum scale, which is things like fluid dynamics and much larger scales. So MD can act as a bridge and compare these two scales. So it's filling this gap in length and time. For small molecular dynamic simulations, these compare directly with quantum mechanics results. We can also scale these up if you do, a hero simulation involving many processors. you can get up to millions or even billions of atoms in some cases. And this does overlap with a small continuum level simulation. So you can compare these results kind of on both sides of that extreme. So this is kind of one of the strengths of MD. This is an example here of a shock simulation. So this was, 1 billion atoms simulated in the simulation box, getting up to a micrometer, which is a large distance in MD, in atomistic MD. And in this case, modeling a shock wave traveling through this carbon material. All right, so this is an example of kind of a very large simulation, but you don't need this large of a simulation to get interesting results. So I'm going to start with the basics and then kind of build up in complexity. So we have an empty simulation, in this case, just an empty 2D. Thank you. Is this not working? Okay. Great, thanks. Is this working? A little bit? We good? Okay. So if we put a marble right in a simulation box without any momentum, it's really not going to move anywhere. Right? We know that it'll continue at a constant velocity and a speed, which is speed and direction, right? So we've known this a very long time. Newton and his laws of motion. Here's a very simple example. In many simulations, we want to use something called conditions. So this is not too complicated of an idea, but can trip people up in some cases. So if our particle is moving to the right here and meets this right side of our simulation box, one of the tricks that we use in MD to simulate bulk materials is to say that it is going to reappear on the opposite side of the simulation box and continue moving, right? So this is known as a periodic boundary condition. Here's some pseudocode for that. But some important points about this is now that we have atoms kind of jumping on either side of our simulation box, we have to be a little bit careful with how we're measuring certain properties such as mean squared displacement or the distance traveled from one simulation time step to another, right? So if we start here with this particle 1 and it goes 2, due to periodic boundary conditions, an equivalent way to state the position of particle 2 would be over on this left-hand side. And so the distance traveled is not this apparent distance across the simulation box, but instead this distance here. So in order to keep track of our atoms kind of crossing periodic boundary conditions and reappearing, we use something called image flags. That is simply incremented by 1 every time, or -1, depending on the direction, every time that a particle passes a periodic boundary. And this allows us to calculate correctly diffusion rates. Let's see if I can go to the next slide here. All right. Now, if you think about making our simulation box very small, right? We have our particle appearing on the other side. Eventually, if you make it small enough, our particle starts interacting with itself. So this is an unphysical situation. It's kind of very obvious if you have one particle, right? Long polymer chain, right? A bunch of atoms linked together, interacting with itself across a simulation box. So and we'll talk about a couple other situations that can happen. Just interact with image. A couple other points that you can work with MD simulations. So one limitation is that they treat everything discretely, right? So we don't have continuous time and space. We have all of our atoms or particles jumping a small distance in space. So that's how we're going to deal with that from an algorithmic point of view. But here's a depiction of something that can go wrong, right? So say you have a particle traveling in this direction. It's moving to Newton's laws, and there is a impenetrable wall here. Right? Obviously, our particles shouldn't pass through. It should maybe bounce off, something like that. But because of the discreteness of a time step, it can do a impenetrable wall, right? So this is an example which is not directly observed in an MD simulation, but what if there was another particle on the other side here and it started interacting kind of too strongly with that? Our simulation would become unstable. So this is the cause of many instabilities, especially when you're setting up your initial configuration for an MD run. You have to okay, so say that we more than one into our box. How are we going to decide? So again, I go from first principles. You'd have to go all the way to quantum chemistry, equation, the exact forces on an update according to that. So that's people have done it for small systems, right? But it's extremely computationally expensive. So density functional theory, you can typically get up to maybe a couple hundred atoms. We're looking to look at much larger timescales with traditional MD techniques. So MD uses an empirical force field. Empirical meaning we're getting parameters that are then used throughout the rest of the simulation. And those parameters can be either fit to quantum data or experimental data, with the idea that it will correctly reproduce the properties that we're looking to get on an average over a long run. So not as accurate as quantum level methods, but much faster. Simulation. So what is this potential? Leonard Jones, by the way, was one guy, hyphenated name, and he came up with this potential, which was able to accurately describe the pairwise interaction between atoms. So atoms that are not bonded together, if they're close to each other in space, this is the interaction energy, which there it is, that they will experience as a function of the distance between them. So if you get very close, right, according to Pauli principle, you make a force from those two atoms. Anyway, van der Waals forces, they typically have many interatomic force fields or potentials used for atoms that are not bonded directly to each other. So things get a little more complicated when we start adding covalent bonds, right? I can't remember what, but by Charles Colson, who developed, one of the chemical theories of bonds, right? He was good about the fact of bonds, something about bonds and atomic bonds and other types of bonds. And he, gave this code here. They're not really able to picture it. We're not going to be as concerned as about this. It's an atomic potential. Simple force fields treat bonds, covalent bonds, as actual springs with the spring constant, and essentially connecting too far, repulsive force when they get too close together, according to a harmonic potential. At first glance, if you seem like an incredibly simple idea of a bond, which is actually an incredibly complex idea. Even the founders of valence bond theory assuming that the bond is not going to break. So that's why it kind of works. And how did we confirm that it works? Well, we actually looked at the frequency common and important molecules on Earth, water, right? So this is my water. Can we do it? Interatomic potentials, Lennard-Jones potentials that we talked about, and springs between adjacent atoms. In other words, between the actual bonds that are known to exist in water. Well, not really. So these hydrogens are going to kind of pop around very easily, a water molecule, whereas we know in real life that doesn't happen. Instead, there is a angle between these two hydrogen atoms they tend to oscillate around, right? So this probably looks very familiar to you, as you may have seen this molecule depicted like this before. So how would we enforce that in MD? Well, the simple idea is add another spring. So you could add a spring, for example, between these two hydrogen molecules such that they oscillate around a certain position. These are called angles in MD and are typically presented more like a radial spring, as shown here, kind of centered at this center atom. So if we just defined bonds and angles between this, turns out we can't really get the right vibrational modes and the right configurations as a function of time with just those types of parameters. So we introduce a couple of spring between those, and you tie these springs together here, right? That would kind of enforce one more thing we have to worry about, which is actually a little more troublesome and a little complicated to implement in these other interactions. So these other with that. A simulation. Bonds between again, atoms that are not bonded together. We have bonds. Some of these higher order terms, the names are proper dihedrals, usually just called dihedrals or torsions, as well as another one, and then of course the two how a bonded atom interacts with another atom in a knotted sense, right? So of course, if two atoms are directly bonded to each other, you don't also want to have an interatomic potential, non-bonded potential acting. But at a certain point, once it's far enough away in a molecule, we do want to add those terms. So all those are kind of field specific. So I'm not going to spend too long on this, but the challenges of kind of getting an MD simulation up and running is actually assigning the parameters for each atom that you need to have it work and work accurately for a given system or given chemistry. So the point here is that a given element, so the same element in this case, here's some examples of oxygen in various different chemical environments. You have to be careful about transferring these same parameters that you define for one to one. So typically in traditional force fields, you would have a different what's called atom type or set of parameters for atom being on the example of silica, right? So you have silicon and oxygen bonded covalently together in a network. You would maybe assign one atom type for oxygen environment. In another environment where you have a bunch of ionic interactions, so this is magnesium, right? You would assign a different atom type to that. And if you have simple, in this case, acid molecule, right, you would assign different atom types to these two oxygen atoms. So that is, leave that up to you to kind of work out for your given system. That is kind of one of the hurdles that you have to get over when you're first starting and starting to build up an MD simulation. Okay, so what about other ways to define how atoms interact with each other? There are many different force fields out there. I like this chart from Steve and a while back, where they described the kind of computational cost of a given force field versus the year that it was published. We see that it's getting costlier, but this corresponds to more accurate, right? Over time, with some advanced force fields recently, including kind of machine learn based force fields and ones that are trained by machine learning, including the snap and gap potentials, as well as reactive force fields. In other words, force fields that can inherently model chemical reactions, which is not done in traditional MD, such as ReaxFF or ReBO and similar fields. That's kind of some of the original ones down here, like Tersov, Sillinger, Weber. So a lot of these are published as well as there are many repositories for a given type of chemistry that you can look up, and will be some of those over this coming week. All right, so now we have all of our interactions ready to go. We have our big simulation box molecules in it. We press run, runs for a while. So what are we actually getting out of this, and how do we interpret it? So that is the room of statistical mechanics, which relates all of our atoms moving around to actual measurable microscopic properties that could be important for experiment, designing the next material or drug, what have you. So big picture, stat mech or statistical mechanics, right, relates microscopic observations to our actual microscopic states. An important term which you might hear thrown around is phase space. These are all of the possible states of our system. So if we have n particles, they could be in a certain direction with a certain velocity. All of that is captured in what's known as another important concept, which is something that you'll have to deal with in your MD run, is and how atoms are interacting with the outside environment. So a couple of microcanonical ensemble, often known as MVE, keeps the number of particles constant, the volume constant, and the overall energy constant. In other words, there's kind of a perfect insulation around our simulation box, or beaker in this case, right? And maintains these three quantities. Say that you wanted to maintain temperature. That is the canonical ensemble. You have constant temperature. We'll talk about maintain that temperature in a second. Another important ensemble, grand canonical, where you maintain chemical potential, volume, and temperature, as well as the Gibbs or isobaric isothermal ensemble, known as MPT in LAMMPS and elsewhere, where we are maintaining particles pressure. You can think of it as kind of a piston being put on the simulation box, but in a periodic simulation box that corresponds to the box shrinking or expanding. And then there are some more advanced ones which you may or may not encounter, such as NPH ensemble. All right, so how do we actually control the temperature in these simulations? That is, you kind of dive into the technical algorithms of how to do that and get pretty deep into the weeds. Big picture, we are first of all using a time integrator, which I'll talk about in a moment, which is able by default to give us the microcanonical ensemble. That means constant volume, constant energy. So in order to simulate other ensembles that we might be interested in, for example, if our system is coupled with a heat bath or other environmental effects, right, we need to decide how to add those effects into our simulation. So typically, a Hoover-style integrator is used, which couples technically speaking, an outside heat bath to our system and is able to maintain our system at a constant temperature. So you might say, well, why don't we just on every single time step rescale our velocities to our exact temperature? You might imagine that's not physically realistic. Reproduce the correct microstates of our atoms for that particular ensemble. So we need some fluctuations to happen, but we don't want too many fluctuations to happen. Otherwise, our system can kind of get out of control and oscillate probably over too wide of a range of temperatures or pressures. So to keep it at the perfect, kind of damping parameter, we use what's called a damping parameter, inside of our simulation, which keeps those oscillations at a height that reproduces the correct ensemble, but such that it doesn't get kind of out of control. So the actual algorithm that's used to move our atoms and molecules forward in space is called a time integrator. As you might imagine, this is very important for making sure that we are conserving energy, right? So that's what the basic law that we have to worry about. As I mentioned before, computers are discrete, so they're going to make mistakes or small approximations, I should say, on every time step, right? And if you run a simulation for long enough, those very small errors are eventually going to happen is for them to add up in a controlled and known way. So we use LAMMPS in specific uses a form of a Verlet algorithm known as velocity Verlet, which is given here, where we're kind of updating positions and velocities at a half step as well as a full time step, and that has some very important properties related to Hamiltonian systems, which you can dive into at some point if you're interested in, but that includes it being measure preserving and symplectic. So that corresponds to, in the phase space, it preserves area of the allowed states as our simulation is moving through time. So a way to maintain stability and to kind of cap the energy drift in our simulation over long simulation runs. Right. So time step energy consists of the initial integration through time, computing the forces through the pairwise interactions, the bonds that we talked about, any other interatomic potentials that we have or charged particles, integration types, and the output. And MD along, a production MD run consists of repeating this process until we are able to measure our properties of interest. This is complicated by the fact that oftentimes we want to measure our properties of interest during our simulation. So memory to save all of our data and do post-processing. Instead, we might want to compute diagnostics such as various thermodynamic properties throughout the time step or during the simulation. As well as we have to consider the fact that for computational reasons, we have this cutoff here, which I mentioned earlier. In other words, our green atom is not interacting with all atoms in our simulation box, instead a subset within a distance cutoff. And occasionally we rebuild with a list, which lists the atoms within this distance cutoff. So say our neighbor list is kind of within this dotted line here. We will be storing all those atoms as well as a slight additional distance so that we don't have to rebuild our list as often. And this also kind of adds to the typical MD time step. So any questions so far, by the way? Okay, we can wait till after. Oh, we have one. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Why is 1/m missing?
Y is 1 over, sorry, what?
Is b plus delta t times f. But according to the, when you do the math, it should be 1/m, right? Why?
I'm not sure what you mean by, which variable by, do you mean by M?
Would you like to use the microphone?
In your formula,
Yeah.
that's new velocity is gonna be all velocity plus delta t over 2m times f, FMA.
Mass.
Yeah, so why 1/m is missing?
Oh, I see, I see. Okay. So yes, as Steve mentioned, we're already converting the force to the acceleration here. Yeah.
That's it. 1/m is missing, but is there any reason why? That's a question.
So I'm not following the question, Steve. Did you have a clarification that? I see. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, we will correct those slides here. So we certainly need to account for the mass, right? Obviously a larger mass particle will move less for a given force. So it looks like the mass the missing formulas. Thank you for pointing that out. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. So we introduced periodic boundary conditions to better model bulk materials mostly, and to lessen the edge effects or the size effects of a simulation box, right? So anytime you're trying to model a small part of material inside of a larger bulk system, that's when periodic boundary conditions are particularly useful. If you don't want to do that, if you have a free surface or if you have an interface you want to model, such as a hard wall or something like that, then you don't need periodic boundary conditions and you can turn those off. So it really depends on your system. Does that answer your question? I think you asked about a system containing a membrane, correct? Yeah. So honestly, most systems containing membranes, they do use you can use periodic boundary conditions. For example, you could have, a 2D membrane, which is periodic in both directions. And you could even have it periodic in a third direction as well if you have it interacting with water or some other type of solvent, right? So, again, it kind of depends on your system. Honestly, most of the time I find it easier to use periodic boundary conditions just because it's kind of easier to visualize and to calculate long term for that. So, but again, if you need a free surface or other types of effects, sometimes it can be useful not to have periodic boundary conditions. All right, anything else? Let's move on. So I'm going to get a little bit technical here because this is a LAMMPS workshop. So ultimately we need to speed this up somehow when we're using large systems. How are we going to do that? Well, start with an example of, let's say we had 5 million atoms, each in its own simulation box, and we were interested where that atom would travel after a given amount of time. And we were very short on time, so we only had, a couple seconds to find this out. Well, how do we solve this problem? The solution would be to throw a bunch of computing power at it, right? So we could assign every simulation to one CPU core or one processor, and it could look at a system individually, calculate its motion, and then we would get our answer, very quickly. That's the kind of the basic idea of parallel computing. In an actual situation, we're applying many processors to the same problem, right? So this is a thing called domain composition. Numbers represent a base, or in our simulation, and we're assigning a CPU core to each cube. You work on these atoms inside this cube and calculate forces for those. The processor will work on other atoms, and then we'll use the divide and conquer technique to speed up our simulation. All right. So as you might imagine, a couple of complications can arise out of this. What have interactions between atoms at the very edge of our domain that we kind of early in our simulation. For that, we need to have our processors communicating with each other and knowing a little bit about atoms that are nearby its own local atoms that in a simulation domain. So these are ghost atoms, just for your, and as a user, you typically don't have to worry about these too much, but if you were to dive into the code and start making modifications, you'd have to know a little bit about how breaking down, communicating between these processor neighboring. A couple of brief comments about scaling in MD, right? So one nice thing about MD is that it does scale well. Typically, especially because of the cutoffs that we use. So a couple of concepts within the idea of scaling up in a large scale parallel computation for strong scaling. That is, if we hold the system size fixed and increase the processor count, right? Ideally, we want, if we double the processor count, we want the simulation time cut in half. That's a little bit difficult to do just because we have to communicate, as I was mentioning earlier, ghost atoms subdomains of our simulation. Another type of scaling, weak scaling, is if we increase the system size in proportion to processor count. For perfect weak scaling, we would want the simulation time to stay exactly the same when this processor count, and that's a little bit easier to do, but still important consideration. So LAMMPS scales quite well. And with all this information, we are now able to address some kind of important questions in science and technology. Here are some examples of some simulations that I found very interesting. Here is a polymer foam, which has kind of some local structure, some very small scale inside. The question that these folks were asking is, if we shock the simulation polymer foam, how will it respond mechanically? We can look at systems that are known to have very performance, such as carbon nanotubes, how those would ultimately fail mechanically, as well as questions related to biology. So I like the image here of a complicated protein wrapped in DNA, right? Which is a important biological molecule here, complex. So MD, if you carefully, meticulously build, some of the concepts that I just introduced, is able to address problems such as these. And so, forward to helping you kind of address problems in your own research interested in. Now, LAMMPS, of course, but there are several other codes. So, especially ones that are like biological systems. So, if you're interested in biocode, GROMACS, AMBER, CHARM are some examples. Another recent one, HUMD Blue, which is very fast, but was designed in design GPUs. As well as some that are kind of for both M and quantum levels, such as NWChem. So this is just for your awareness. There are codes out there, but over this week, we're excited to teach you more about how to use LAMMPS in particular. So I'd like to thank all the other LAMMPS core developers and folks who helped me with these slides. And with that, I think I have a couple of any questions as well. So thank you.
We have time. We have time for a couple of questions for Richard, Jake. If anybody has any remaining questions. And if not, we are going to take a 5-minute pause to switch the internet connection for the, we can improve the audio quality on Zoom. Yes.
How do you decide what is the right time step? Time step.
That's a great question. So your force field and the temperature that you're operating at, as well as potentially other conditions, pressure, right? So there are some kind of rules of thumb that you can use in order to make sure that you have stability for a given. So typically, you know, for a classical force field, times to 1 femtosecond. Try that. But in order to test that that's actually right. You should is energy drift in your. So if you have too high of a time step, where you get in an NVE envelope, that your energy is going to drift and it's going to become unstable. So we start with stick value, which will exist unless you're entering a new force field, right? And then kind of tune it from there. Yeah.
Any other questions for Jake?
So just kind of a follow on time step. In my other experience with computation, like computational problems, there exist a lot of very sophisticated methods for choosing time step. So I'm wondering, is there a reason that there's not those kind of implementations within LAMMPS?
Yeah, so I will say that, you know, this is something that I've never really worried about too much, and because there are these heuristic values that exist out there, but you can actually do rigorous analysis of a time step that is too large and will result in an energy drift and instabilities in your system. And that is related to the particular time integrator that you're using. So LAMMPS is using velocity relay, which has an energy drift according to the delta T squared, right? So, you know, this you have to kind of dive into some math, but you can do that analysis in the same way that you can do that analysis for fluid dynamics and other like finite element type methods. So that does exist, but the good news is that chances are people have used your force field enough times that we know, okay, a time step of 1 femtosecond is going to work well. You can just use that. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Another question related to time stepping. So in the molecular dynamics simulations, why can you not or do you not use an implicit time step and take huge time steps?
Yeah, that's a great question. So back to some of the properties of the time integrator that I mentioned. So, also, you know, implicit, explicit, important things that change is that it is symplectic. So again, that is related to conserving area in your phase space over time and just making sure that you're approximating, if not the exact Hamiltonian that you're using, what's called a shadow Hamiltonian. In other words, something that is still going to be not quite the same as the exact physics that you're trying to approximate, but something similar and remains similar or, you know, close to the right answer a long time. So typically for MD, you know, you're going to need a velocity relay or something similar in order to achieve that accuracy over very long simulations. Hopefully that answers your question a little bit.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jake. Let's thank Jake for a very nice talk. We're now going to take a quick technical pause and hopefully we'll be back online in just a couple of minutes. she's going to be talking about the LAMMPS-GUI. Take it away, Meg.
All right. Hi, everybody. Can everybody online hear me? I understand there were some audio issues, so just check in real quick. We're good? Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Meg McCarthy, as Aiden said. Hello. And welcome, everybody, to Albuquerque if you've come out of town. Very nice to see you. I am Meg McCarthy. As I mentioned, I am a staff scientist at Sandia National Labs here in New Mexico. And I will be, as mentioned, presenting this new tool, LAMMPS-GUI. And I have to say, I am not involved in the development of this. It's a whole team of other folks who you'll be hearing from today, but especially Axel Kohlmeyer, who you can see his smiling face up here on Zoom. And so all this, what I'll show today is the work of a lot of folks, and I am, like you, like many of you, a user of something like LAMMPS-GUI or LAMMPS in general. So I defer more technical questions to our excellent tutorial developer folks and Axel. So, all right. So a brief outline of what we'll be doing over the next 20, 30-ish minutes. I'm going to take a brief survey, wake y'all up a little bit. I'm going to try to explain what I think LAMMPS-GUI is, GUI being graphical user interface. I want to answer your question, well, Meg, why should I use the LAMMPS-GUI? I will then walk through live some of the features of LAMMPS-GUI, just the beginnings of that, and then we'll kind of wrap up, and then we'll have hopefully 10, 15 minutes at the end for Q&A, or also, you know, I'll just download it with you. We'll work through it together. We can just kind of, you know, enjoy LAMMPS-GUI, get it working hands-on here in this room if you have a computer. All right, so just a quick thing for those of you with computers. I did, you know, if you go to the workshop site, there is a nice link on the main page that goes to the tutorial. You can already start downloading and checking things out there if you'd like. Can y'all on Zoom, you can all see my mouse. Okay, good, just wanted to check. All right, brief survey. Everybody, wake up, wake up. Who in this room, and loud and proud, who has never used LAMMPS before or only a little bit? Who's brand new to LAMMPS? Anybody? Oh, we have some folks. Welcome. Welcome to this community. And you have a room full of people who are going to be very happy to help you. Who has used LAMMPS, but not LAMMPS-GUI? Oh, all right. All right. This is going to be fun. I think you're going to really like this. It's new. It's been in development for like 2 years. Yeah. And I think last year was the grand, you know, debut at the online LAMMPS tutorial. I have a link to that in my final slides. But yeah, I'm excited to see. I'll be able to introduce this great tool that our folks have been developing. And who in here has actually used LAMMPS-GUI? Oh, okay, another good chunk. So we're all responsible for helping the new folks, all right? I just put y'all on the spot. So, yeah, what is LAMMPS-GUI? LAMMPS-GUI is this. This thing here is a set of windows that does a lot of different things. And I won't even get into all the stuff it can do, but this provides a pretty good visual overview of what LAMMPS-GUI is. And I should note that this is from a paper that Axel and Richard Berger put together. This is figure 5 from that paper. I have the links down here. That's talking about software development and LAMMPS, kind of its evolution over time. Now, I've also referenced, or I've kind of snarfed something from another paper, which is the LAMMPS tutorial paper, which you'll hopefully be hearing a lot more about today. That has a great kind of summary of what LAMMPS-GUI is meant to do. LAMMPS-GUI is an enhanced sorry, oh, the Zoom window's in the way. Okay, an enhanced cross-platform graphical text editor specifically designed for use with LAMMPS and able to run LAMMPS directly on the edited input. So there's a lot of things going on in there. You'll see what I mean in the next few slides and in the walkthrough, and you can see for yourself very soon. And then a quote for myself. LAMMPS-GUI is something I really wish I'd had when I was first learning LAMMPS myself many years ago. And even now, as what you might call a power user, I've been finding it very useful since I started using it past couple months. So now, many of you are like me. I have kind of a, you might see here on the right-hand side, from your point of view, the kind of computer screen you might normally have if you're a LAMMPS user or developer. Those newbies, you'll get there soon, if you're new to LAMMPS. You often interface with a ton of different kinds of software environments, programs, packages, and that can be a very complex thing to manage for a ton of different reasons. And so, it's very powerful to be able to have this modularity of programs, but it can also, when you're starting out especially, or if you just need to rapidly prototype something, can be pretty cumbersome. Now, LAMMPS-GUI here on the other side is one environment that has everything you need packaged right inside. It has LAMMPS itself, so you can run LAMMPS itself. It has, as I'll introduce to you, several editing and feedback and analysis windows. Lots of quality of life features that are very, very unique to the LAMMPS-GUI itself. And one thing I really like, because I work across a lot of different computers, is that it's cross-platform. So Windows, Linux, Mac, which I'm using today. So that takes a lot of effort to do, and is all the binaries for all of those different operating systems are available. So there's a few barriers to using LAMMPS now. I think that's one of the big things about LAMMPS-GUI. Now, whoops. Yeah, so another thing I'll point out, I just mentioned quality of life features. It's not just that. So I have, again, stolen this list, this very nice list from this paper, a set of tutors for the LAMMPS simulation package, which Simon and Jacob and other folks will be talking about more. They had this very nice list of all the things that LAMMPS-GUI is meant to do and can do. We will go over just a few of these, but I wanted to kind of have all of that summarized there. And I think you'll see that this will help you understand your simulations quickly, nail down exactly the kind of analysis you want, help you get to the manual, and all kinds of very nice streamlined things that make using LAMMPS really very smooth experience. All right, we're going to do now, I'll pull you through a live walkthrough. There might be a couple hiccups here and there because my computer is very secure and lots of pop-ups about, permissions and things. So I apologize for that, but should be pretty quick. We'll go through first the basic navigation through the different menus, at least on the Mac. And if you're online and going long, or you have your computer like some folks do, just note if you're on a different operating system, your windows might look a little different. I'll go through the editor window. Oh, there's a slide I think I'm missing. Oh, I skipped a slide. Yeah. Okay. I'll actually jump back here in a moment, but we'll start here. Actually, I can show you the editor window. I wanted. Sorry, I skipped this. The editor window, or the input file editor window, as I call it, is this first thing in this image. And this is, if you can read this, I'm not sure, but this is where you put your LAMMPS input file and edit it. Edit, save, and update, even dynamically as you're using LAMMPS. You get also a traditional output window. You can, very exciting, you can get instant snapshots and even videos, so in slideshow view of your simulations geometries, and then charts from your LAMMPS global log variables that you've set up to output. So we'll go over all that. Very brief. I will show you live how to get to all those things. And then we'll go over running scripts. And I'm going to use the LAMMPS in .crack, the crack example, I am in metallurgy, so molecules are a little intimidating. So I picked this very classic fracture example to show you all today in LAMMPS-GUI, and then we'll go over some other kind of preferences and customization you can use. Oh, yeah. All right. So now to the live section. All right. So once you've, I'm not going to, maybe at the end of this, we can all download and kind of configure LAMMPS-GUI together, but assume we've already done that and we have everything ready to go. And you find your exe or your app and double click. And here it is, the LAMMPS-GUI with this very nice logo. And up here, so you can see already, it's very difficult to see. I'll change that in a moment. But we have a pretty classic looking text editor here. And this text editor is going to look very familiar to those of us using kind of very lightweight text editing and text editing capabilities. This is also, though, a lightweight and very nicely to LAMMPS customized IDE, interactive development environment. So it has syntax highlighting. It has all kinds of fun bells and whistles that you're used to in your VS Code and other things for Python, for example, but now for LAMMPS. Let me show you all that. So first, I'm actually going to increase the font size, and we'll come back to the preferences window, but this is where you do that. There's a preference window. You can change a lot of different things. Right, we'll come back to this later, but for now, I'm going to increase the font so y'all can read that a little easier. There we go. Okay. So these intriguing other tabs we will hit later. For now, I hope this is a little easier to read. Can y'all in this room read this text here when using LAMMPS-GUI? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yay. Okay, thank you. Awesome. So now I will grab from my Finder here in Mac. I'm going to drag in the input file of interest, and I'm going to click through some windows to allow this to be open. And we see what we all know and love, those of us who have been using LAMMPS, all the LAMMPS commands and all the commands that set up our simulation box, set up our integrators and all the things Jake was talking about, and our output and so on. Now, as I mentioned, this is a lightweight IDE designed for LAMMPS. So this is already one thing I find incredibly useful with the kind of coloring and highlighting that can help you very, very quickly find what you need. So if I, want to find, oh gosh, where is the upper region or, something like that, it's quite quick to look for the group, for example, which is colored green here, and commands are colored. Certain kinds of commands are colored in different colorings. I'm not sure if this is configurable or not, but in any case, I find it incredibly easy to read. So that's one thing folks using LAMMPS might already appreciate. Now, once we have this, we can do different things with this. We have our classic kind of find and replace. We have a couple different windows up here. By the way, you can also open your file the traditional way. If we make changes, we can save and so on. But the real kind of powerful thing we can do right in this window is, as I mentioned, run LAMMPS. So let's just get right to that. Now, there's a couple ways to run LAMMPS. As I was kind of hovering up here, you can come up to this menu right here, running LAMMPS from file or editor buffer. I'll explain the editor buffer in a moment. Or you can use these handy dandy shortcuts down here. So this is a save button. You can hover and you get a tooltip. But let's go right to the run LAMMPS on input. And we get a lot of output right away. So as I mentioned, on that slide I almost skipped, after we have our editor window, we run a simulation and we get the very classic looking, but not needing a different terminal. We get an output window that has all the traditional kind of log file output we're used to seeing when running a simulation. So that opens automatically. You can configure things to not have open automatically if you prefer. But it's right, whoops, right there. So that's really great. Another window that pops open is the charts window. And this charts window is very, very powerful, I think. So let me just set these up to show you more directly. Now, you can see our log output. We have the kind of traditional, for those of you familiar with LAMMPS, traditional thermal output, just the defaults. Here is step, temperature, energies, pressure, volume. And in this charts window, we also have all of those parameters. Step being, you'll be getting always a time series analysis. So on your x-axis, or maybe not always, but I'll just say in the beginning, it's very convenient for very natural and easy to glance at time series analysis for all your thermo variables for this simulation. So you can use this drop-down menu to change between these. I believe you can also alter, the parameters and labels up here. You can double check. I'm sure some of you will understand. Sometimes you're in the wrong units system. So you're in units metal, you want units LJ. This shows that right there, which is very useful for understanding what temperature unit you're looking at or pressure unit. And then you can do things like change the axes limits here to, zoom in on a particular region of interest, for example. Another very, very useful feature, especially for noisier simulations, is the ability to, whoops, this actually works. Oh, that's odd. Okay, there is, I'm not sure why it's not showing up right now. I just had it a few minutes ago, but there is an ability to overlay a raw version of your signal, which can often be in many simulations kind of, noisy. And there's a smoothing algorithm that shows up in red normally. I apologize for it not being here. I will try again maybe towards the end. And you can overlay them on top of each other. I will again try to show that a bit later. Now, let's get back to our input window. One last thing that I mentioned earlier but haven't shown you yet is the ability to create a snapshot of your simulation geometry. Sorry, the Zoom window keeps getting in my way here. Is there a way to get rid of this without hanging up? Oh my goodness. All right, well, I'm just gonna go like that. So, I believe, yes, all right. So what's really nice about this feature, what I did there, let me do that again, a little slower. If you have already run a simulation, you can click on this little paintbrush or this paint palette button here, and you will see right away an image of the simulation that you just ran in its final time step. So this is, welcome to the crack simulation, the crack example. This is the end of it. And also very handy, let me see if I can reset things, is that if you have a starting geometry, so I know many people will appreciate this. If you have an initial geometry that you want to inspect, for example, you've been messing with a data file or a POSCAR OVITO export to see what something looks like, you can also get, oh my, there we go. All right, sorry, some window resizing because of Zoom. You can also see the initial simulation geometry right there. So you don't need to have a write, for those of you who use LAMMP, you don't need write dump. You don't need to output anything immediately. It just sets it up for you. So that's very nice if you want to kind of sanity check what you're doing. Now, on this snapshot, or the image viewer, I should say, which holds these snapshots, we can do things like change the size of the box here. We can, all of these things, you can find a tooltip. You can toggle different visual options such as anti-aliasing or shininess, which is, I like that term, just shininess. You can toggle, I'm not sure what, yeah, I guess van der Waals style representation. I'm in metal, so I'm not totally sure, but you can get different kinds of viewpoints. You can add and remove axes. Let's see. Oh, I think, there we go. You can add and remove the axes that you're looking down. And if we were in a three-dimensional simulation, you could start rotating and moving your simulation around to inspect a three-dimensional image. So you have all these options right there. And in the defaults, you can set what is automatically toggled when you hit that snapshot button down here, or load it in the navigator menu. You can also, which is wonderful, you can look at the different regions and groups that, or rather I should just say groups that you've defined of different kinds of atoms, to see, kind of isolate how they've been behaving and, inspect their behavior and make sure they're doing what you expect. Let's run the simulation again. And this time, look at the end really quickly. Whoop. Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. And snapshot. So here again is the final snapshot. And now I could look at just what's called a mobile group. Yes, just a moment. Thanks, Steve. This one. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Oh, great. Yeah, sorry, it is a bit dark there. I do think there's an option in the defaults to change the background. Sorry, in the preferences. Yeah, okay, I'll try to make sure to, if I forget that, let me know. So we can see, this region of deformation, for example, a little better. Okay, so. Oh, and I believe this is reset. Yeah, reset view to defaults, which you can set yourself, as I mentioned. All right, now I'd like to show you quickly some quality of life and yeah, just really nice little features. The right-click capability in LAMMPS-GUI is very, very useful. So what I'd like to do now, I'm going to show you how to set up a movie of your simulation. So to do that, you need to have commands that allow you to output images of some kind. And here we're going to use the JPEG capability. So the dump image command. And one thing you can do, can you all see the context menu that pops up here? Yeah, we can in the room. I think it should be fine on Zoom too. So you'll see I can highlight a group of lines that are commented. This is just one thing we can do. And we can, right in this context menu, comment or uncomment out a selection. So those of you who know, I do a lot of searching with the cursor often to kind of, or, find and replace, or lots of operations to get things commented and uncommented to experiment with simulation. So this is a very nice feature. I apologize, I'm not sure why, but my cursor isn't showing up in the Mac version of LAMMPS-GUI, but I'll try to put my mouse where the cursor is. So so that's one feature we can do. Another really great thing about LAMMPS-GUI is the help features that you can get on right click, and also up here in the About menu item. But I think especially powerful is the ability to select a command, for example, and you'll see in the context menu, we have some additional options that have come up. And my very favorite is to go right to the documentation for that command immediately in your default browser for your operating system. So if I wanted to update the dump modify command, I can right click, I can go through the context menu and look up the thing I need right away and go right back, type in what I'd like, and be done. And actually, yeah, so now that we have this image command out, let's show how we can get a video or a movie. So I'll run this again, and you can see right there pops up what's called slideshow view. And once you have your video or movie, in this case, I've generated a series of JPEGs that are then shown in this window. We can do things like replay. We can pause, we can look around. And of course, you can do this in plenty of other visualization softwares, but here you don't need to install anything extra. It's all right there for you and pops up almost immediately upon running. So this is really great. There's some additional features here. You can export to a movie file. You can delete the image files, which is very handy if you accidentally have a very small dump output for them and you clog your hard drive. I have done that many times. And again, as seen before, let me see if I can get the, yes. So as before, we get the chart view and the output view as before. And now additionally, since we have image output, we get the slideshow view. Here, as I mentioned earlier, I'm sorry that didn't render, but now we can see rendered this from the temperature data, raw temperature data, smoothed temperature data, and overlay of both here. So there's that. Now, another very interesting part of LAMMPS-GUI, I'm gonna do something really bad here and run this for way too long. I'm going to also, I think, make that a little larger, so I'll dump output a little bit slower time step wise. So now, another very powerful thing about LAMMPS-GUI is the ability to start and stop a simulation mid-run. So if I'm like, oh, five bajillion time steps is way too much, I can stop and the simulation will stop right there. And there's a couple other subtleties in there that I don't know that I'll have time to go into, but there's some really fun things you can do with this that Axel and the other developers of LAMMPS-GUI have made available. That's something we can talk about in a bit. The next thing I wanted to show you was the very useful feature of highlighting the line that the simulation is currently on. So we can see my horribly ripped up this thing. We're going to start over our simulation. Let's do, we restart and I'm going to rerun this. So look over here, you see this green? Oh, it should be going to the next slide, right? There we go, there we go. Oh yeah, it's 50,000, yeah. So you can see it went from line 77, this green highlighting, down to line 78. It's running another 50,000 steps. And it will go down fairly soon to the next line, line 79, and so on. So, oh, and I need to stop, yes. Oh, let me show you also really quick something that's really handy that I forgot to mention. So we're going to run our very long simulation again. And while it's running, you can see here the CPU usage, which is something, there's accelerators. I'll show you in the preferences very soon. So you can test how efficiently your simulation is running for the system that you're on. And also, very, very useful and important is that wherever your input file is located, the LAMMPS-GUI will change its directory to put all the output in the same directory. So that's something that's very useful if you're using, for example, interatomic potentials or special data files to load a structure, a preliminary structure. You can be sure that you won't need to do any kind of routing in your, I mean, you can, but you don't necessarily have to do any routing within the input file itself, as long as you have your everything in the local path. You will be able to use it. And that, again, is because down here you can see what directory is your current working directory, and you can see that LAMMPS-GUI has moved itself there. Okay, so let's let's get that kind of cleaned up. All right, just a second. I'm going to go ahead and, where was it? All right, I'll have to do it later. Or was it here? I think, yes, okay, I'd forgotten. I'm going to delete all those image files. That was quite a long run, so that I don't clog up my computer. Now, I mentioned earlier that we can change quite a few things about the way LAMMPS-GUI runs, executes, even accelerates LAMMPS under the hood inside of this binary. So up here on the menu, you can go to Preferences. And as you saw me do earlier, one thing you can do is, change the font sizes and types to your favorite. You can make everything, colorful or not. You can change sizes and fonts. But in addition to that are a lot of very useful kind of options here to control the flow of the LAMMPS-GUI program as you use it to your liking. So if you don't like having the output window pop up, you can have that not pop up. Same with charts, same with slideshow. Now, personally, I love all these things, so I'm going to keep them up, but that can be useful. If your computer is chugging along or having a hard time, or you want more and faster updates to your simulation information, you can change the delays between update intervals here. Whoops. We have up here on the tabs, there are different kinds of acceleration you can do. So apparently I can do 7 threads of, I think earlier was actually 14, but we can use 7 threads of OpenMP here. This is also very nice that this is already displayed, what LAMMPS-GUI currently has available on the processor. You can also see some other accelerator variants you can pick up on if you so desire. As mentioned earlier, you can change the defaults for your snapshots. So personally, I like having a white background just for contrast. And we can add the more easily visible atoms the option, this VDW. I think that's van der Waals, right? Yeah. So we can add that by default so that y'all can see everything more clearly. And I like having axes and so on. So this you can make to your liking. I also like a little more zoom, so I'll add like 1.2. All right, editor settings. This is something I haven't shown you yet, but I will in just a moment. But there's something called reformatting. Some of us spend a lot of time making everything kind of symmetric and even and nicely formatted in our LAMMPS scripts. This will help you do that very quickly, which is, again, a wonderful quality of life thing. And then you can change how your charts are rendered. So if I want my smooth information to be gray instead of red, I can do that here, for example, and change many other settings. So we hit OK. So I am almost done blabbing, I promise. There is one more thing I'm going to show you now, which is kind of what it's like to type in the editor and the very cool auto-completion options that you can get. So my cursor is on line 59 right now. So I'm going to add a new compute. And you can see already as I start typing, a very nice alphabetically indexed list shows up showing what it thinks I want to do, which is correct. It thinks I want to write compute. And so I can select that. And for now, I'll just do a space. So I'm going to add a potential energy per atom compute to my simulation. And so I'm going to call it PE. The group that I personally will choose is all, but look at how all the groups that are available to choose for a compute show up right away as a kind of a drop down or a context menu here. Very nice. Then as I specify which style of compute I want to use, it again does this a very handy auto completion, and I think I can actually tab it. Yep. So you can tab complete things as you would in Bash, for example. So that's incredibly useful to me personally. Now for the reformatting I mentioned, this is bothering me. I like having my tabs and things all nice and aligned. So I can highlight this line. I do that magical right clicking. And I can go to this reformat compute PE per atom command. And it does jump around a little bit, but you can see it's added spaces, tabs, some kind of white space that you have presumably set to your liking in the preferences. Now, of course, this is not the same style as the rest of, but you know, you can configure this how you like. And that is very nice for those of us, if you're reading a lot of scripts and you need to kind of, you know, snarf a lot of information all at once, you can kind of get everything aligned quickly and easily with the reformat command here. Okay, now, I guess I don't. Okay. So there is, I will mention this in a moment, but there's a bug. I wanted to show you all how to color this the dump output a little differently using, for example, the potential energy per atom. Right before this tutorial, I realized it's crashing on Mac. It was not crashing on Windows. So I can report that somewhere. But so presumably, you know, what you could do now is add this compute, this named compute, to your image. Oh, pew, oops. Oh, come on. You can add this now to your thermo output, your dump output. For your thermal output, you'd need to sum it, but you can add it here to color your image via potential energy or stress or something else, and that's always been in LAMMPS. But now it's quite easy to quickly check that. Let's see if I can get it. Maybe it won't. Oh, okay, it didn't quite work, but yeah, I just wanted to show that once we add something, as you do traditionally in LAMMPS, you can then come here and add it there. Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay. Oh, is it doing autocomplete? I think it, maybe not. Okay, there we go. Yes, so the auto completion feature we just discussed is also showing up when you add a variable, a fix, so variable output, fix output, compute output to other commands. So that can be very handy if you have a lot of scripts you're working with. So, okay. And I think that's a good beginning for now. So maybe in no way have I touched everything that this can do. So let's head back to the slides real quick, if I can find them. There. Okay, here we go. All right. So I have a bit of a summary slide here with some final notes. You can find more information about the LAMMPS-GUI in the manual, section 8.6, something like that. You can, and through these slides, which I'll eventually post, we'll make sure all the links are good, and then we can probably put it in the Slack, I think. You will get to see more LAMMPS-GUI today, I believe, in the tutorials, and maybe also in the coming days, I'm not certain, but would be great. And just because I found a bug kind of before this presentation, I also wanted to say that we are looking for people to bug test this, to kind of road and battle test the LAMMPS-GUI. And so if you're using it and you find a bug, you can make a difference. You can help other people avoid crashes and odd behavior by just letting the LAMMPS developers know through the normal channels what you've noticed, and we can see if we can track it down. We have this kind of fun little image gen kind of, let's say, shield or crest or herald or something that you can earn in theory if you are a successful LAMMPS-GUI bug hunter. Oops, oh my gosh. Okay, we'll just leave it like this. So last thing is, on these slides, I've included links to the papers I've referenced, and also a link to the YouTube tutorial that Axel had last year that goes into a little more detail about some of these features. And I think we're good. So yes, thank you everybody for listening. Thank you for your attention and for being here. And actually right now, I believe we have kind of a hands-on exploration session. So those of you with computers also online, I will start just going through downloading it, all that kind of stuff. But wanted to just mention we have a couple things coming up in the schedule that use some of the similar concepts and may also be using the LAMMPS GUI. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks very much, Meg. That was great. I see that the coffee and water has just arrived in the building. It might take a couple of minutes for it to be set up in the lobby. So what I suggest is we just take a few minutes right now for people with laptops and internet connection to try out the LAMMPS-GUI by themselves, following the great demonstration that Meg gave. And if people are having any trouble, they can put up their hand and ask people for help. And we already have one hand
Two
up, but I
hands.
should also say, maybe we should start out with some questions for Meg, because I know I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I am not a total expert, but we have tons of experts in the room.
I'm going to put the microphone right back on the stand. And I ask people to line up here one by one and ask your questions.
Come on up.
Come on up.
So how exactly do you configure like what cluster you want to run the simulations on?
Ooh, you mean with LAMMPS-GUI?
Yeah.
I have actually never really used it on a cluster. I use it locally on a workstation, a powerful workstation to kind of prototype simulations. So I don't know. Anybody online, anybody here used LAMMPS-GUI on a cluster? Sorry, I can't answer your question right now.
I have a feeling that it is currently only supports single node parallelism. So it'll support threading on a multi-core machine.
Correct.
But it does not do MPI.
No MPI, yeah. It is a good question, yeah. Maybe that's a feature request then.
I had same question, but I have one follow-up question.
Mhm.
Can I set my own LAMMPS executable in the GUI?
You asked if you can set your own LAMMPS install and library.
Yeah.
I think so. I have heard of people. No? Okay, wait, Stan? Okay, so for Mhm. Exactly. Okay, so for online folks and folks who couldn't maybe hear the discussion over here, you can hack it. You can hack it together. I think it was you bring the was it the not oh yeah hack really. So zero support for this, but yes, and I think you moved what is it the library file into the folder you're running or yeah thanks.
Yes, you can
Sean.
hack by, let's say, copy the binaries into the bin folder when you install the LAMMPS-GUI. But yeah, so
just
do it
the
at your own risk. So
okay, so just the executable or the library as well.
only the binary.
Okay. So another question I have is for the text editor, do you have like a VIM plugin for the LAMMPS similar to the text editor?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Thank you.
So per your question, I wanted to show you very quickly where you can find the installation. This is where you'd probably do the hacking in the LAMMPS. Oops. Yeah. Okay. In the LAMMPS tools folder is where you'll find things you can hack LAMMPS-GUI with, for example. So don't I think, without using the binary, you can probably get some of what you're talking about done. You can, and let us know if you get something interesting implemented.
You may have already fixed this, but in the last few days, but I don't want to join Slack because
Mm,
I don't want to join another
fine.
thing.
I get it. I
with
get
another
it.
login.
Get it.
But I'm one annoying bug with LAMMPS-GUI I found, I've used it both on Windows and on Linux, is that when I do that export to movie, I set everything up. I define the file name and the folder, and then there's nothing there.
Okay. I have not tried that very much myself. Does anybody know of any? So Jake is shaking his head, hands up, shrug. Okay, that's very good to know. It has been reported officially and recorded now.
The one good thing is that recently I saw that the actual movie dump actually works now.
Oh, good, good, good.
So like I've been having to go back to the old LAMMPS to do my movies, and then but you can look at it in the little window, but you can't actually have a file.
Yep. We are early days. You're a pioneer. Thank you for your service and bug hunting.
Usually I think it's just me. The other
I don't
thing-
think so, no.
The other question I had was, you kind of went really quick over the accelerators.
Yeah.
Does one of those settings allow us to use the graphics card in parallel
Oh,
or?
Cocos in theory, right? I haven't tried it before, but yeah, Coco, if you. And the GPU package? Yeah, GPU's in there too.
Coco?
Okay, Cocos, you can only do OpenMP, Stan says, a GPU package from? Okay, we can look into that more.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot we need to do. Okay, it's grayed out for now. So, and I'm sure,
If it's just like, if there's just like an email I can send bugs to, I can send an email, but I just don't want to join another thing.
absolutely, no, completely fair.
It's pretty detailed. Emailing Axel Colmar.
Okay.
Email Axel Kohlmeyer is what
Okay,
Aiden
maybe we'll
said.
get his email.
Developers at lamps.org.
Developers@lamps.org.
Okay. I got a lot of other questions, but I'm sure there'll be workshops and stuff. So
We'll be around, so please feel free to talk to us. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much for your talk. I have two questions. The one is that can I generate input file by LAMMPS-GUI, that like something as CharmGUI?
You asked if you can generate LAMMPS input files by what? Sorry?
By LAMMPS-GUI.
No, I don't think you cannot generate a LAMMPS input file.
Okay.
The completions, the tab completion might be useful in helping you a bit, but no, I don't think we can't generate them. But you can take examples and then kind of Frankenstein them all together as needed.
You could copy to a text file though, right? Like copy from the.
Oh, yeah, you can. So yeah, if I want, what Stan is saying, you can copy from a text file. So if I have some, let's just copy something like this, stuff. Okay, we'll just keep it like that. You can copy paste everything in there as normal. So, but no, you can't generate a script from scratch.
Yeah.
From a ChatGPT dialogue.
Aiden asks, can you copy from a ChatGPT dialogue? I believe so. And then you can, that's a really great example because then you can run it immediately and see if ChatGPT has hallucinated a command, which it has many times when I've tried this. So yeah, you can test it immediately and that's a very powerful thing. What's your second question?
Okay, my third question is my simulation system is very large. I need to use its PC for run more than 10 days to get the result. Is it possible for me to run it directly in LAMMPS-GUI to get the result and for virtualization?
That's a very good question. In terms, I would say, so I don't know, I actually defer a little to Axel and folks who are using this for more intensive purposes. I personally wouldn't do that yet. That might be because of things like bugs, like the movie output not necessarily dumping correctly, that are being actively fixed now. So for now, don't rely on it, I'd say, but you can get your simulation set up and ready to go and check everything perhaps before and after, but I wouldn't recommend running it for 10 days.
Okay.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Someday for sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I have a window and not a Mac, so how do you download the movie part?
How do you download the movie part? Actually, you can, I'll show you. Actually, we can do it right here today, maybe after our last question. I'll just show you how to go to the tutorial site, download the binary. I have my Windows computer with me. I was worried this would not work. And, and then you can find me later and I can just show you how to, but everything comes as a package. That's one of the best things about LAMMPS-GUI as a binary, or if you build it.
Windows is supported.
Yes, Windows. Oh, sorry. That's the short answer. Yes, thank you, Dan.
I have Windows, not the new 10, so I don't know if it's like supported on that.
We could try it out.
Okay.
Yeah, the website might say I know it says for Mac. Yeah, I think.
So I was trying to, but when I was trying to get the movie, it wouldn't open up like he said too.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're having problems opening the GUI. Okay, we can check it out. It may be a Windows version issue. I'm probably not, but we can see. So it might be listed here. Okay, but we can help you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Last question, I guess. I'm James from South Florida.
Hello.
Just wanted to ask, say we have potential files that don't come pre-installed with the GUI, and let's say I have those files locally on my computer, are we able to reference those in the input scripts?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Have to make sure they're in the right directory. So
Mhm.
there's a current working directory that is active when you're using LAMMPS-GUI. You got to get those files into that.
So for the online folks, Aiden had given the advice to, if you want to access files outside of the current working directory of the LAMMPS-GUI, which you can see down here, you just reference it as you would in a normal LAMMPS input file, so with a relative or absolute path to those files, and it will read that instead.
Okay, as a follow-up, I mean, I guess it might be obvious, but if these potential files are in the same directory as the input script, then should it be able to run automatically, or should I still need to call that path?
No, it should run automatic. It should just work.
But if it doesn't work, put in the absolute path.
Right.
Absolute paths are, yeah, exactly. So Aiden was saying, if it should work, it should just work. This should act very similar to normal LAMPS that we all use on the command line, for example. But if not, try using an absolute path. That might be useful.
Thanks, Meg, and thanks, Aiden.
You're very welcome. Yeah, welcome to Albuquerque.
Thank Meg again for a great talk.
Thank you.
So we now, I think, have a coffee break in the lobby, but if people want to just ask some of the LAMMPS-GUI experts like Meg more questions, feel free to do so right now. And we're going to get back on schedule. Perhaps I think we're going to start at 10:30 in order for us to have some coffee. Thanks.
Hello? Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Simone, can you try testing your audio?
Can you hear me at all?
It's a little low. Can you speak a little louder?
I can speak louder. I can increase the volume like this. This is the maximum I can do. Is it too low?
Can you share your screen?
And I will. So you need to allow me to share. Can you allow the screen sharing? Okay, it seems to be working. And you should see my screen. Can you confirm that you are seeing my screen and that I can start?
So can you repeat that?
Can you tell me if I can start and if you see my screen properly?
We can see your screen. We can hear you. You're a little low. I'll ask the tech if they can turn you up, but if you could speak close to the microphone, that would help. So our next talk is going to be from Simon Gravelle at CNRS in France, and he's going to give us introduction to the LAMMPS tutorials. Take it away, Simon.
Thank you. So I will try to speak loudly and hopefully you can still hear me. So the talk of today will be the direct follow-up of what we just saw, because I will be using the LAMMPS-GUI and I will be introducing some molecular simulation and some classical potential. So it will be the direct follow-up of Jake and Megan's presentation. So in today's presentation, I will first start by introducing what are the LAMMPS tutorial, what you can learn from it and how you should use them, I believe. Then we will go together and start following tutorial 1. So I will invite you to, at this point in the presentation, to open again the LAMMPS-GUI, and we will copy paste some command into it together, and we will test the first tutorial. And then I will finish this presentation by encouraging you in experimenting within the tutorial. So to do what is called active learning, meaning not following blindly the tutorial, but try to mess around with the tutorial, try to deliberately break things, trigger some LAMMPS error, which is, I believe, the best way to learn LAMMPS. And just to clarify, when I refer to LAMMPS tutorial, I'm referring to the content of this website that Megan already introduced, so that you can open actually during the presentation. It's LAMMPS tutorial in plural.github.io. And just to clarify, what you will find in this website is exactly the same content that is also just published in an archive paper. So depending whether you prefer a website or a PDF, you can go to one or the other, but it's the exact same content. So let's start by a generic presentation of this LAMMPS tutorial website. So it is made of 8 tutorials, and hopefully if you follow this tutorial, or at least the first 4, you should get a good vision of what you should do to define the LAMMPS input file structure and syntax, because the syntax is extremely rigid and you need to get used to it. And hopefully, if you follow this tutorial, you should be able to understand the structure and the syntax. And this is a bit what we are going to start doing together today. Within this tutorial, you are going to see a few examples of using some pair potentials. So for instance, the Lennard-Jones potential that Jake introduced this morning, which is this potential that you need to compute if you want to know, for instance, the energy of interaction between 2 particles separated by a distance r. So I will show you an illustration of how you can invoke this potential into LAMMPS. And we won't do it today, but if you continue with the tutorial, eventually you will reach systems that are complicated enough that you will need to introduce some long-range solver to, in particular, calculate the electrostatic interaction between particles in the case where particles have charge. Another thing that is covered within this tutorial is how to create system and how to relax system through energy minimization. And this is something that is extremely important in practice, because very often when you will create a system, which you can see, it's just an illustration, those are water molecule and those are ions. Very often when you will be creating some system for your research, you will see some overlapping between the molecule and the ion, like we see here. And if you start the simulation straight away, it's going to crash because the force between these atoms will be too large and they will accelerate like crazy and LAMMPS will just lose them. So you have some algorithms that allow you to solve these situations that are called energy minimization, where you would move the atom in a slightly more favorable situation so that they are not overlapping anymore, and you can start your simulation safely. So energy minimization will actually be covered today. We'll see how we can implement that into LAMMPS. Within this tutorial, we are also showing how to run simulation in various thermodynamic ensembles, as were introduced this morning by Jake. So for instance, the NVE ensemble, which is the one we are going to see together today, where we place particles in a box and they are completely isolated from the rest of the world, so they don't exchange energy, they don't exchange anything. But in LAMMPS, it's very easy to, if you are able to simulate in one ensemble, it's extremely easy to simulate in other ensemble. For instance, in the NVT ensemble, where the particle would exchange some energy with the outside world, which is useful if you want to control the temperature of your system, or even the NPT ensemble, where the volume of your box would vary to adjust to a certain imposed pressure. So LAMMPS is very convenient for that because you can change between these different ensembles by basically just changing one command. Another thing that is covered during this tutorial, I would say, is that we see some non-trivial example. For instance, in some system, we are imposing some external force and deformation to some systems. So this is from tutorial 2. You take a small carbon nanotube and you apply some forcing, some deformation into it, and you will see how your external force are impacting the system. So that's extremely useful, and that's something that is often done in common research. Sometimes if you want to see some property of your system, you have to apply some deformation, some force, and we will see some, we will not see that together today, but you will see it if you go up to tutorial 2. So the tutorials, at least the first one, they are ranked by level of difficulty. So the first tutorial is the one we are going to start together today, is a simple gas of Lennard-Jones particle. So it's just particle in a box interacting through Lennard-Jones potential. So it's one of the simplest examples you can imagine in simulation. And then if you move to tutorial 2, it's getting slightly more complicated. You will start connecting your atom with bond to form this carbon nanotube, so this solid structure. That, as I presented previously, we will even deform, applying some external forcing on it. Then in tutorial 3, we are increasing the difficulty again, because this time it's a small polymer in water. So water is represented at this continuum field here. And for this system, you need to solve electrostatic interaction. So it's getting more and more complicated over time as you move over the different tutorial. And if you reach tutorial 4, you will see that you have a small electrolyte that is sheared between two walls. So it's even more complicated because you have to deal with a liquid system in contact with a solid system, and you need to deal with this interface issue. So these 4 tutorials are fully independent from one another, but I highly suggest if you are a beginner that you start with tutorial 1. If you are not a beginner, you can a priori start in any order. And then after this 4 first tutorial, we have 4 extra tutorials that I would call expert tutorial. I would not advise you to start with this tutorial because they are really presenting some advanced methods that you would only be able to follow if you are already good in LAMMPS. And more specifically, many of these methods, most users will never need them. So I would advise that you only look at this tutorial if you need this particular method. For instance, we have some illustration of reactive potential or of the reactor protocol that was developed by Jake. And you would only need those methods if you were to implement some chemical reaction. We have an illustration of the grand canonical Monte Carlo simulation in tutorial 6, where we are inserting some molecule into a solid material. And this is something you would only need if you need to do some adsorption simulation of molecule at a fixed chemical potential, which is a really specific application. And in tutorial 7, we are using a method that you would need if you need to probe some energy barrier. So it's a method called umbrella sampling. And sometimes when you have a simulation, maybe there is an energy barrier that the atom need to cross to go, let's say, from one area to another. And sometimes it will take ages if you wait for the thermal fluctuation to do that for you. And if it takes too long, you will never be able to get a good idea of your energy barrier. So you are involving some more complex method, and umbrella sampling is one of them. So that's it for the generic presentation of the LAMMPS tutorial. And now we can jump in to the tutorial one. So tutorial one, and you see this snapshot here, we will be simulating a Lennard-Jones fluid mixture. So two types of particles, the smaller particle and the larger one. And we will just see a very basic illustration of using LAMMPS, where we'll do some energy minimization of the system and then some molecular dynamics. And we will be outputting some quantity. We'll be outputting some potential, some kinetic energy, and so on. And for that, I encourage you to use the LAMMPS GUI that you just saw. Right now, you can open the GUI if you want. If you cannot open the GUI, I believe you can still follow this presentation. It's not a problem, but it's better if you have the possibility to open it and write commands at the same time as I will be mentioning this command. And if you don't want to write this command yourself, you can also go to the website lampstutorial.github.io, and you can do some copy paste of this command, because I will, at least for the first part, I will just follow what is already in the website. So if you open the LAMMPS GUI, you should see this windows that Megan just introduced. And what we are going to do, we are going to click on the tutorial on the top. So you should see on the top that you have this tutorials option, and that you can click on Start LAMMPS Tutorial 1. So I don't have any feedback from the room, so if I'm going too fast, please let me know. If otherwise, I will just assume that you are up to pace. So you go on the top, you click on Start Tutorial 1. You will see this windows appearing. Then you just need to click on Next. After you click on Next, the GUI will ask you for a certain path where the file will be saved. So you can also keep just the path that is proposing you. And then you have some options that you can select or not. The only option maybe you want to select for following this presentation is the third one, Open Tutorial Web Page. It's going to trigger and open directly the tutorial one of LAMMPS tutorial, which means you can copy paste more easily the command as I do the presentation. And then you simply click on Finish. And if you click on Finish, you should see something like that. So this is a LAMMPS input script, but it's extremely minimalistic, because all these lines are actually just commands. They are not actual LAMMPS commands. They are just commands that we wrote to help a beginner structure a LAMMPS input file. So we are going to start with this part A, which is energy minimization, which, as its name indicates, we are going to, within this entire part, we are going to relax some atomic position using the minimize command. And we have these 5 categories that we highly suggest that when you write an input script, you stick to this 5 categories. So there is the first category called initialization, where we are going to define some very global parameter concerning the simulation. Then we are going to actually define the system in part 2. So we are going to create the box, and we are going to populate the box with some atom. Then we are going to define the settings for this atom. So we are going to choose what potential we want for this atom to interact, and we will choose with which parameter this atom should interact. And then there is a section where we will write some command related to the monitoring of the simulation. So some thermo command, some dump command that you already saw a little bit with Megan, that will allow us to see some information on our system as the simulation is running. And there is a run section where quite obviously we are going to apply the most important command, the one that contains the algorithm we want LAMMPS to solve. In this case, energy minimization, but in the part B that we are going to write later, some molecular dynamics. So let's start with the initialization part. So here you will have 4 commands to type. So take your time to write these 4 commands, or if you have the website open, just copy paste them. The first command is units LJ. The second command is dimension 3. The third command is atom_style atomic. And the fourth command is boundary PPP. And I'm going to explain what this command means. But if you are writing them correctly, you should see the same color. If you see a different color in your editor, it means you made some mistake and there is a typo in the command and your simulation is going to crash. So please make sure that you are writing this command and that you didn't make any mistake. So the first command, units LJ. LJ means Lennard-Jones. It is instructing LAMMPS to use a system of units called Lennard-Jones. And if you are using this system of units, everything is unitless. So it's really important to know in which unit system you are working when you work in LAMMPS, because LAMMPS has many different options. If you want to know all of the options that are available in LAMMPS, you can refer to the documentation. There is a units page where you can see the list of all the unit systems that are implemented in LAMMPS. And some may be more relevant if you are doing some solid, so if you're working on some let's say solid materials, some may be more relevant in some other system. So it's important that you choose properly. But so far for this example, we are going to stick to units LG, and all of our unit, often our quantity will have no physical dimension. Then we have a command called dimension 3. This one is pretty clear. We want to make a simulation that is a 3D simulation. Then we want to use the atom style atomic. So the atom style is indicating LAMMPS what type of information will be stored for each atom. And atomic is actually the minimum subset you can imagine. All we will be storing about the atom are very basic. It will be their ID, their type, their position, their velocity, and so on, but nothing too complicated. But again, LAMMPS has many other options. And if you want to see all the options implemented in LAMMPS, you just connect to the atom style page, and you will see that, for instance, if you have a system with charge, you have the charge atom system. If you have a system where you need to connect your atom with some bond, for instance, to make a molecule, then you will have to use the molecular one. I don't know if Megan said that, but if you do a right click on the command, for instance, if I make a right click on atom style, there is an option to directly go to the documentation of this particular command. So that can be very useful if you are not sure about what you are doing by typing this and this command. And then we have the command boundary PPP, which simply indicates that we want to use the periodic boundary condition. And here it's PPP 3 times because we want to impose periodic boundary condition along X, Y, and V. So we have to specify for all 3. And it simply means that when an atom reaches the end of the box, it will appear on the other side, like you can see this green atom. And this was introduced by Jake this morning. And it also means that atom can interact through the boundary, through the periodic boundary condition. So this green atom would interact with this pink atom if they are closer to each other along this distance, and this one. Okay, so that's all we needed for the initialization part. Now we can move to the second part, which is system definition. And here we are really going to define what type of system we want to use. Now that we have defined all the basic quantity, and the first command we need to write is this one. It's region simbox. So simbox is just a name that we choose to give to this region. It's not important, but we have to give it a name. It's region simbox. We want the type of region to be a block, so it will be a cube, so a block, and then we specify the dimension of this block. So we have to give 6 parameters. There is 2 parameters per dimension, so there is 2 parameters for X. So along X, it's going to go from -20 to 20, and same along Y and Z. So what we are defining at this point is this cubic region in space that is centered around 0. If you only write the command that is on line 13, this is purely just a geometrical region. It's not yet a simulation box. If you want to create a simulation box, you have to enter this next command that is called create_box 2. I will explain the meaning of 2 just after. And we are creating this box based on the region sim box that we just defined. So this creates this command will actually convert this region into an actual simulation box that will be recognized by LAMMPS. And here the number 2 is there because we want to allocate space for 2 types of atom. We want 2 types of atom in this simulation. We have the smaller sphere and we have the larger sphere. And we need to make sure that we from the start, we have enough space for both of them. Okay, so now we have a box. All we need is atom in this box. So this will be the 2 extra command, and I believe they are the longest command you will have to write in this tutorial. So the command is called create atoms. So create _ atoms. The first one has a number 1, so it is creating atoms of type 1. Then we have the keyword random. So this atom will be placed randomly in the box. You have some other option if you want to place the atom in specific along specific lattice, it's also possible, but here we stick to a random distribution of atom. Then we choose the number of atom we want to place. So we want 1500. The next number it's a seed. So this seed will have, if you want your simulation to always give you the same result, you keep this seed the same. But if you want to get some statistically different simulation, you just have to change those seeds. We want those atoms to be created into the simbox region. So after that, we type the simbox word, which is the name of the same region we used to create the box. And finally, we have this last keyword, overlap 0.3. So we are asking LAMMPS to not to make sure that atoms don't overlap too much. LAMMPS will never place 2 atoms that are closer than 0.3, and we do that because if they are too close, it may lead to some issue after. Okay, and once you wrote the first command, you can copy paste it and have a second create atoms command. This time create atoms 2 to create the atoms of type 2. And it's more or less the same command, except we can select a smaller number for the number of atoms. Here, only 100 atoms of type 2 will be created, and you can also use another seed. So this seed, you can copy it on me, but you can also just put some number on it. And if you have a different seed, you will see some different behaviors than me, but it should always work. Okay, so after we have placed these 2 commands, hopefully we will have some atom appearing in the box, and we will have way more atoms that I'm showing here appearing in the box once LAMMPS will run over these 2 commands. So far we have a very short, we have the beginning of an input script, but it doesn't mean that we cannot test it. And something I like to do to make sure that I didn't make any mistake in the script, maybe it's not really necessary to do that anymore because we have these nice coloring things, but if we want to make sure LAMMPS will understand this command, we can simply try to run it. So if you want to run your script, so you saw with Megan, you can click on the run button on the bottom, you can click on run on the top, or you can even do, I believe, Control plus Enter. You run it as you want, but you can simply run this simple input. And if you run it, you should see this log file appearing. And in this log file, you can see that indeed, LAMMPS has been creating 1500 atoms in a box that has the same dimension as the dimension we ask it to have. And it also created, after that, 100 atoms. So LAMMPS did exactly what we asked. It's a confirmation, and it's always good to see. Something I should mention, if you are really a beginner, LAMMPS reads input from top to bottom. So as you can see, it has created first 1500 atoms and then 100 atoms because it's always reading the input from top to bottom. So, okay, now we can move to the settings section. So we can give some property to the atom because so far all we have done is creating some dots in the space, but we didn't give them some property. So we can start by providing some mass to the atom with a first command called mass1. So 1 here, the first one is a type of atom, and the second one is the value of the mass we want to give the atom. So for the atom of type 1 will be this green small atom. We are giving it a mass of 1. And then if you copy paste this command and you change it a little bit to make it mass to 5.0, it means that we are giving to the second atom type, so this larger blue sphere, we are giving them a mass of 5. Okay, so very good. Now we need to choose what is the potential that will be acting between this particle, with what type of potential this particle are going to exert force on each other. And the potential we choose here is one of the simplest potential you can imagine, is called Lennard-Jones cut, meaning short range Lennard-Jones. So you have to write this pair underscore style LG/cut, and here the value of 4 is the value of the cutoff we want. So the potential that you've seen in Jake's presentation this morning is this Lennard-Jones potential that has a repulsive part that mimics the Pauli repulsion principle, and this long-range attractive part. And two atoms would only feel each other if they are closer than a distance of 4. Basically, that's what this cutoff means. And then what we need to do is specify the value of sigma and epsilon for each atom type. So sigma is the effective parameter, effective diameter, and epsilon is the energy of interaction between the different species. And this is what we do through this pair coefficient. So we have this pair underscore coef command that are imposing a coefficient between atoms of type 1 and 1. And we choose this value to be, for the first particle, 1 and 1. So for the first atom, the green atom, all of the parameters are going to be 1. The mass is 1, epsilon is 1, sigma is 1, which means it's kind of our reference particle for this non-dimensionalized simulation. And then the second command will be imposing the pair coefficient for the atom type 2. So we are typing pair coef, again, 2, 2. And we choose a value of 0.5 for the epsilon parameter, meaning that these particles are going to be slightly weaker in their interaction. And because we want to give them a slightly larger radius, we are using a value of 3 instead of 1. As you may have noticed, we didn't specify the pair coefficient between atoms of type 1 and 2. And when you don't specify the interaction between atoms of type 1 and 2, LAMMPS will use some geometric rules that are quite standard in simulation to predict what should be the energy of interaction for the particle 1 to interact with the particle of type 2, and same for the value of sigma. You could, if you don't want to use those values, you can also just add a third pair coefficient command, and that would just write pair underscore coef 1, 2, and then you provide any parameter that you want. But for this example, we are just going to go with the default, and we are not going to specify this coefficient ourselves. Then we move to the monitoring section of this input. So in the monitoring section, we want to decide how frequently LAMMPS is going to give us some feedback on the simulation. So the first command is called thermo10, which means we want LAMMPS to give us some information every 10 steps in the log file. And then we use this, we want to impose what type of information LAMMPS is giving us. So we are using this thermo underscore style custom, because we want to customize what will be written by LAMMPS. And we want to see the step, so the number of steps. We want to see the total energy of the system, and we want to see the pressure. So it's custom step E total press. And for now, that's all we are going to try to monitor. And we can directly move to the last section, to the run section. And first, let's do something that is not very exciting. Let's just run for 0 step, because we would just like LAMMPS to give us the value of the energy of the system, to calculate just the energy once. And to do so, we need to have this command run 0, and we use post no as an option, so we don't want to have too many information in the log file. So now you have a full input script that is not doing something extremely interesting, but it's a full input script. And if you click on run again, LAMMPS should execute this input script. And what you should see, it's something I saw, is something like that. So first, you see on the top, there is a warning. You can also see in the bottom that we received a warning. The warning are usually very explicit. And here you can see it is telling us that there is no fix with time integration. In other words, we didn't specify how the atoms are supposed to move. So that's perfectly fine because we knew it was done on purpose, so we can ignore this warning. But be careful because warning should not always be ignored. Make sure you always understand why you have this warning. And then what we can see is that LAMMPS did calculate the total energy of the system and did calculate the total pressure. And you can see that these numbers are very high and positive, which is usually a sign that the atoms are way too close from one another, and that if you were to launch directly a simulation from this point, it would crash. So instead of having this run 0 post 0 command, let's do something more interesting. Let's invoke the minimize command. So please comment this run 0 command or even delete it, it doesn't matter. And instead place this minimize command. And then you will have first two numbers to write, 10 to the minus 6, 10 to the minus 6. They are related to the precision of the minimize procedure. It's basically telling LAMMPS when we would like LAMMPS to stop in terms of energy that we will be able to reach or maximum force. And these two integer. You don't have to use exactly the same value as me. It's just if you copy this number for now, it's going to be fine. And if you want to know what this number means in details, again, you go to the documentation by doing a right click on minimize. And if you launch the simulation again, this time with this minimize command, then LAMMPS should run for a little bit longer. And what you should see is that the energy is decreasing over time. Maybe you will not see this curve. If you don't see this curve, it could mean that your computer is too fast and that the GUI was not capable of capturing this curve. Or maybe you will see a curve with more details. It kind of depends on the execution. If you don't see this curve, just refer to the log file. In the log file, you should see the value of the energy decreasing over the number of time steps. And if you don't see the curve, it doesn't matter. I'm almost certain that you will see the curve in the next example. And what is seen is that the energy was that, if you remember, was huge and positive at times 0 is now negative. And the negative energy is not always, but usually a good sign that the atoms have moved in a more favorable position. So until now, it was great, but the thing is we didn't see what we were doing. And it's always better to see what we are doing. And as Megan said, inside the LAMMPS-GUI, you can create some image. So I do it a little bit differently than her. What I do, I click on the run on the top. If you click on the run menu, then you have the create image, but it's probably the same as if you were to click here. But so doesn't matter, just create image the way you prefer. For instance, by clicking on run on the top and then create image, and you should see something like that. So this is your system. This is the system we are currently simulating with the box and the smaller atom and the larger atom. And you have a few options that you can tune on the top. So you can, for instance, if you click on this red sphere, you are making your atom bigger, which I believe looks slightly better. But more importantly, what the GUI is giving us, and that is really useful, is that is giving us the command that we need to regenerate this figure. So what we can do is click on File. So on the top left of this image viewer windows, you can click on File, and then you will have the option to copy dump image command. So what I wrote on the top, copy dump image command. And if you click on File and then copy dump image command, some LAMMPS commands are going to be passed into your clipboard, which means you can pass them in your input. This is what I did here. So this very, very, very long commands that are in the monitoring section are the content of the clipboard that was taken from File copy dump image command. So if you do that, if you passed what you had in your clipboard here, you will have this very long commands that are actually generating the exact same image that we just saw. And if you run your simulation again, what you should see is a little movie as your simulation progress of your system. And maybe during this minimization step, it went way too fast and you didn't see anything. And the only thing you see is the last frame. but you can click on the arrow on the bottom and make it move as a small movie again, and you will be able to see the evolution of the atom position during your full minimization. As was said this morning, this is pretty basic. It doesn't really always replace what you would get by examining your system using VMD or OVITO, for instance, but it's a nice way to see, to have a quick view of what your system is currently doing. All right, so we are done with the minimize part of this simulation. We can move to the molecular dynamics, and I'm really going to spend a short amount of time on what is molecular dynamics because it was introduced by Jake. But just if you didn't know before this morning, just keep in mind, molecular dynamics is solving Newton's equation, where what you need to know is the force applied on the particle, and you can deduce the acceleration of your particle. And if you know the acceleration, you can apply the Verlet algorithm. And with the Verlet algorithm, you can have an idea of the evolution of the velocity of your particle over time that you can calculate at each time step delta t. And you have a similar equation for the position. And it means that, in molecular dynamics, what you do is calculating the force and then trying to predict how the velocity and your position in your system are going to evolve with time. And this is exactly what LAMMPS is doing. And if you had to implement this entirely, it would take quite many lines of code. But the beauty of LAMMPS is that you can implement this entire thing by just one line that will be very short. So let's move with part B. So because again, LAMMPS is reading input from top to bottom, we can write in the very same input and start the part B just after the minimize command. We can call this part molecular dynamics. And let's have another monitoring section. So we have two monitoring sections now. We had one monitoring section within the minimize part, and we have another monitoring section within the molecular dynamics part, which means that when LAMMPS will reach part B, this value are going to erase the previous value. So the value of 10 here, for instance, will be used during the minimize command, but then the value of 50 for the thermo command is going to be used during the molecular dynamics. And then we can use a slightly different atom style because there are more information we would like to follow during the molecular dynamics. So see, this is the same line as previously, except there is the temp keyword in addition, because we would like to see the temperature of the system. And there is also the PE and KE, which are the potential energy and the kinetic energy, because stuff will have some kinetic energy now that we are doing molecular dynamics, so we would like to see both. Okay, so that's it for the monitoring section. And then we can go to the run section. So this is the most important command. This first command, fix my NVE, all NVE, is the command with actually doing the molecular dynamics simulation. This fix, so fix is a common name for a command that does something to atom in LAMMPS, has a name my NVE. So my NVE, it's just a name, it doesn't really matter. You can have another name if you prefer. This fix is applied to all atoms, so we would like all the atoms to move, but we could eventually choose to make move only some atom, but here we want all the atoms to move. And the name of the command is NVE. And then we want to choose a time step because it's an iterative, this algorithm is applying the Newton's equation in an iterative way, so you need to define some time steps. So we are going to define a time step with value 0.005, which is in time units, which has no dimension here, but it's a time. And then we will run for 50,000 steps. So the fix, the time step, and then the run. And if you copy these three additional commands and you launch LAMMPS again, what you should see is your system evolving. So hopefully, so you don't see it on my screen because it's a PDF, but hopefully you should see this system moving on the right. You should see the particle aggregating. And if you didn't see it, you can relaunch the movie with the arrow on the bottom. And what you should see is that the kinetic energy of your system is growing over time. You can also see that the potential energy is decreasing over time. So you have a transfer between the potential energy and the kinetic energy as your system equilibrates. And if you see some spike like this, some huge spike, no worries, it's just an artifact of the LAMMPS graphical interface. It doesn't mean that your potential energy actually had a huge kink. This would be something to worry about, but it's not the case. And if you want to confirm that it's not the case, what you can do is look at the value of the potential energy in the log file, and you should see that indeed there is no spike in potential energy, just that the potential energy is nicely decreasing. Okay, so I'm reaching the very last part of my presentation, and I believe this one is extremely important, and I call it experimenting within the tutorial or active learning. So in other words, don't just when you follow one of the tutorial you will find online, just don't copy paste command into the script and consider that you've done it and move to the next tutorial. My advice is copy paste the command, but once you reach the end of the tutorial, try to mess around with the tutorial, try to make it break, try to play with the command, try to make your own things within the tutorial, because if you do that, you are going to trigger some error and some warning, and it's easier to solve this error within a tutorial than doing your own research project. For instance, if you want to mess around with the example that we have now, what I invite you to do is to comment the minimize command. And again, because LAMMPS is reading input from top to bottom, what it's going to do is going to create the system. It's not going to minimize anything. It's going to jump straight to the molecular dynamics. If you do that, unless you are extremely lucky, but if you do that, you should see that when you run LAMMPS is throwing an error at you. It's telling you that he lost some atom, which in the context of a tutorial is a very easy error to understand, right? We know that the atoms were too close from one another. So if we start the molecular dynamics straight away, there will be some huge force on the atom, and the system is just going to explode, and LAMMPS is losing track of this atom. This is one of the most common error in LAMMPS. So it's good to see it in the context of the tutorial, because you will see it again happening probably in your own research, and it's good to know what is possibly causing the issue. And if you see again in the future this error, you know, okay, I have to look at my topology because maybe some atoms are too close. So how to fix this error? Well, here we could just uncomment the minimize command, but it would be a bit too easy, right? But what we could do is to increase manually the distance between the atom from the start, which you can do by just increasing the value of this overlap keyword in the create atom command. If you increase the value of the overlap, atom will be further apart from one another, and hopefully the system is not going to crash. What I've noticed in my system, if I use 1.2 as initial overlap, the system is not crashing, but depending on the seed that you have chosen, it may be different in your case. Note that if you use an overlap that is too large, eventually LAMMPS will fail to insert that amount of atom into the box. And if LAMMPS fail, it's going to throw a warning at you, and it's going to tell you that it was not able to create that many atoms. And in this case, you have to be careful, because the amount of atom you think is in the simulation is actually not there. Okay, so how to mess around with the tutorial? So remove the minimize command, adjust overlap, and I can throw some more ideas. So you could just increase the mass of the particle, because why not? Why not make the particle much heavier and try to guess what will happen? And this is something you can do to get better intuition of what is actually molecular dynamics. Just artificially increase some parameter and see what is happening. This is how I believe you get intuition of what is happening, and how you can become better and better in this. Another thing you can do, it may seem completely silly, but you can just comment out any command from the script. Just to really understand what this command is doing, is just a good way is just to remove it. It may seem crazy, but if you remove the pair coef between atom of type 1 and 1, well, you may think, well, it's obvious, it's going to crash because LAMMPS will not have this value. Yes, but the question is what type of error message LAMMPS is throwing at you. And it may be easy in this context, but when you have a very complicated system with maybe 20 type of atoms, then it's not so easy to have a parameter for all of your atoms. So if you launch your script and you have removed the pair coef command, well, LAMMPS is throwing an error. And as you can see, the error is extremely explicit. LAMMPS is telling you that all pair coef are not set, which you knew, that the pair coefficient between 1 and 1 is not set. And because it doesn't know this pair coefficient, it's not able to predict the pair coefficient between 1 and 2. So it's extremely explicit, and you need to get used to this error message, because usually they are very explicit. And if they are not explicit enough, you can copy paste the error and try your luck on Google, and usually you will be redirected to the LAMMPS forum, where someone got the same error as you, and you can try to solve your issue by just looking at the problem of other people. Okay, so I'm done with the presentation. I'm just going to make a last slide that will give the takeaway message from my presentation. So first, I introduce the tutorial from this website, lampstutorial.github.io. And my advice is that everybody should follow, everybody who wants to learn LAMMPS should follow this first 4 tutorials. If you are a beginner, I would advise that you start by tutorial 1 and that you move step by step. And if you are already a bit experienced, you can jump directly to another of this tutorial. They are all independent, and you don't need necessarily to, if you already know LAMMPS, you don't necessarily need the previous tutorial to follow the next one. Today, we went through, I would say, half of tutorial 1. So if you want to continue by yourself in the next session, where I believe you will have a little bit of free time, you can connect to this website and start from part 2 of tutorial 1, which is called Improving the Script, and where you will be making more and more advanced experiment with this simple system. And finally, my main advice, I would say, is absolutely don't follow tutorial passively. Experiment within the script, make it break, and make your own small experiment, because trust me, it's much easier to debunk some error in a tutorial than it would be in your future script. I thank you for your attention. If you have some question, feel free to ask me. I will also be in the Slack forum. So if you have any question, feel free to contact me either directly or in the general chat.
Thank you, Simone. Let's thank Simone. That was really nice. We have about 40 minutes remaining in the morning session until lunch. And what we would like to do now is give the people in the audience who are new to LAMMPS-GUI the opportunity to try this out for themselves. And so I think Meg did a quick count earlier. I'd like to repeat that right now. How many people in the room are interested in just learning to use LAMMPS-GUI right now on their computers? Looks like we got about 10, maybe 15 people. How many people in the room think they already are pretty good at using LAMMPS-GUI? Only Meg. Oh, got another one. Me too. But I think there's certainly a lot of people in the room who know LAMMPS very well, even if they don't know LAMMPS-GUI. So what I would suggest is that all the people who think they know LAMMPS-GUI, or even if they just think they might be able to help other people, they should first of all put up their hands right now, and perhaps sit over in the front row of seats here on my left for the remainder of this session. And then the people who actually want to start using LAMMPS-GUI should go ahead and do it. But if you get stuck or you just have questions in general, just put up your hand and one of our LAMMPS-GUI experts will come over and help you. So let's just start doing that right now, and we'll have lunch in about 40 minutes. Oh yeah, sorry, I completely skipped that part. So I actually will start the questions for Simon, and I'd like to know how long have you been developing the LAMMPS tutorials, because they're really impressive in terms of overall production quality and clarity of explanation.
Thank you. So it's something I started, I think, at the beginning of COVID. And initially I was alone, but then I was joined by Jake and Axel. And that's at this point that we started to integrate the graphical interface into them. And yes, it has been like a very long process to bring this tutorial to life, because it's a lot of text. It's difficult to debug, so you have to spend a lot of time to try to make them useful for beginners. And hopefully we have reached an acceptable point, but I suppose they will keep evolving in the future. So if anybody from the audience has some suggestion of how we could improve them, what could be the tutorial number 9, please feel free to reach out to me or to any of the other developer of this tutorial.
Thank you. Any other questions for Simon? Please come up and use the microphone at the front.
Sorry, yeah. Thank you very much. Very nice talk. I just had a really quick question about those massive spikes that you see on the plot. Like, obviously that is some kind of bug, but do you know exactly what's causing those? Like, because it seems obviously like it's not been fixed. So is it just something that like is inevitable, I guess?
I think so. So Axel would be the actual person who would know how to answer this question. But from what I understand, you want the GUI to be able to collect data very rapidly. So there is like a compromise to be made between efficiency and I don't know. So I think it's just a compromise, and the fact that your simulation is running so fast and printing so many information sometimes will introduce some of this discrepancy. I'm not sure it will be it will be fixed. I think it's something that is there, and it has always been there. And once you get used to it, you realize it's not an actual issue with the simulation. But Axel would be the actual person to know how to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
So Simone, are you saying that there is probably a way to remove those spikes, but it would come at a computational cost?
That's what I understood, but again, I'm not expert. Something that could fix it is just to print information less often in the terminal. So by increasing the value of thermo, it could be that this will disappear, or maybe there's some parameter. I remember in the parameter you can choose some update time, and probably this update time will also have an impact on the appearance of this spike.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there are no more questions for Simone, let's thank him again. I know it's quite late in France.
It is.
And let's get going with our hands-on LAMMPS-GUI session.
All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. Our next session is the OVITO visualization for LAMMPS users by Mitch Wood from Sandy National Labs. This is going to be great, I'm sure, and with lots of flashy visualizations. So thanks, Mitch.
Thanks for the introduction. This is kind of an odd way to start, at least after the break. I'm going to show you something that's not LAMMPS, but to me, LAMMPS is really just the engine in the car, and a lot of the tools that we have around it are really going to turn it from something that can do something impressive to actually doing something really impressive for our research or otherwise. If you'd like to follow along to the examples I'm showing you here, if you head to ovito.org and go to the Downloads tab, you'll find the basic version for whatever operating system you're working on to be a nice way to follow along with the examples. If you're in Slack, if you go to the general channel, you'll get an example dump file that you can manipulate along with the tutorial, and also a prompt for something for you to do after the tutorial is over. So you may be wondering, why bother with visualization, right? It makes really pretty plots. The journals love it. It can get cover articles like this. I argue there's actually more grounded reasons why the simulation community should bother and know a good visualization tool. This is because communicating results is hard, right? If you were to even talk to your colleagues about your research and what you're trying to do with LAMMPS or other simulation tools, knowing exactly what to say to have them understand your problem is really quite hard. And visualization can help solve that problem. The other reason is that it's going to help us debug simulations. One of the best reasons to know if the simulation did what you wanted it to do is to actually go and look at it. We've already seen a couple examples today through the LAMMPS-GUI about how powerful just seeing what your simulation is doing is going to help you understand and improve your simulation. So if you were to use visualization, I think it's really valuable alongside of the things that we are able to plot and show graphically. There's a lot of things that are quote unquote unplottable. Like, how would you describe anything that's happening in these journal covers with just a few words, right? It's quite impossible to do. And maybe lastly, you want to get into visualization because you don't really care about the research community. You're only here learning LAMMPS so that you can create some really great art with it, which is possible, but maybe a smaller number of people are going that route today. So the other value I can say for why you should know and really get to use a visualization tool is by an analogy. If you were an experimentalist and you were doing a stress strain curve of a particular material like a metal, you get output data like the stress versus strain, right? That tells you a lot of information about your system. But if you really wanted to get more out of your insight, you'd go and talk to your microscopy fellows and get a look at what happened to the material as it started deforming, right? This is exactly analogous to what OVITO is to LAMMPS, right? The LAMMPS will give you a log file or a dump file with a lot of text in it that you can look at and view and plot in any particular way. But it's the visualization tool that is the microscopist in this equation. It can give you insight into all of the deformation mechanisms through time and actually add more analysis to your simulation than you could have planned for at the start of your simulation. Now, credit to Alex Stokowski, who's the founder of OVITO, the piece of software. He presented this exact slide in this forum 6 years ago, and I've been stealing it and using it ever since. So thanks, Alex. So as we step through OVITO, I'll give you sort of slide content for what buttons do what and what sort of the basic features are. At this point, you could launch the program on your computer and follow along, and also potentially load the file in the next couple steps. So you launch the visualization tool and it'll look quite like this. And if you wanted to start by just loading a file that I either gave you in Slack or the one that you've generated in the tutorial sessions earlier, you do so with these buttons in the top left, which are a folder and then a cloud icon. Those are respectively load a file that's on your local machine or load a file that's on a different machine. And this is really nice because if you've generated big data of your simulation and you don't want to download it onto your laptop, you run it on your university or workspace machine, you can just use this SFTP protocol and into this file locate and give the file location on a different machine, and it will load it temporarily on your computer and then delete it when you close OVITO. Next, because this is better than just a plot, you can actually save all of the modifications you've made to your visualization and reload them with these next two icons. I'll give you an example of that in a short minute. Moving further to the right, we have things that are going to manipulate the data that we see in these 4 panels here. These 4 here. These are the rotate, transpose, and rotate around a point tools that you can use, as well as the render one. These are also bound to your mouse. So if you left click and drag, that's going to rotate the system. If you right click and drag, that's going to translate your system around. And if you double click on something, that will become your new center of rotation, so you can view it in any way that you like. At the bottom of the interface are sort of movie mode icons. These should be fairly familiar. They do exactly what you'd expect them to do, which is if your dump file that you've loaded from LAMMPS has multiple snapshots in it that were generated at different times in your simulation, you could just press play and see what happened in your simulation. If you wanted to step through, you'd use the forward and rewind buttons, and jumping to the end with the 2 outermost buttons there. You could, of course, go to a very specific frame in your system by typing it into the box below the play pause button, or by dragging the slider that's just to the left of it to move to the frame that you want. The other buttons are going to help you recenter your visualization after you've modified it. So if you've clicked and rotated and zoomed in on something and you want to go back to that original setting, you'd click this this cube with corners added on top of it. That's just going to zoom out to contain all of the atoms in your simulation or in that view. The other one is sort of your field of view if you want to just zoom in and out very quickly. And then there's 4 panels here, but if you really only wanted to work on one of them at a time, you would click these expanding arrows, which takes this box that's highlighted in yellow and make it your one view of the system. Clicking it again brings you back to the 4 different views of this. This is nice because if you've kind of changed the way you're looking at your visualization, but you wanted to just quickly go back to a different way that you were looking at it, you have 4 different panels that you can work with. Now, the real flexibility of OVITO is that it can take a LAMMPS output file and modify it in very logical ways without actually editing the file itself, right? If you wrote a script to post-process a LAMMPS simulation that would go in and filter and change the text files of what you generated in LAMMPS, that's great, but OVITO can do that without actually modifying the file, so it's reusable time and time again. So the way this works is that you start with a file and you can add what are called modifications on top of it to get to the final state that you're visualizing in the system. In the GUI, this works bottom to top, where your file import is at the very bottom here. And as you move through these modifications, I know it's the exact opposite of what you just learned in LAMMPS, but it works bottom to top. So the color coding would arrive first, followed by a selection, followed by a deletion and a slice. This all culminates into your visual elements in your system, which have particles, of course, that's what's in your simulation, but also your simulation cell itself. It'll help you render whatever the outsides of your box are doing as well. There's checkboxes next to any of them so that you can quickly enable and disable them without deleting them and writing them anew. And the other thing to note is that in this file import step, you can give it wildcards such as asterisks or question marks to allow for multiple files to be read in instead of a single file with multiple frames in it. So at this point, I'm going to flip over to the interface and show you one of the examples that came out of the LAMMPS-GUI. So as I step through the next couple slides that are going to show how to manipulate that simulation visually, you'll have sort of a frame of reference on that. So here's that GUI that I was just kind of walking you through. I'm going to load something locally. In my tutorials folder, I have this dump.lamps trajectory. This is exactly the syntax that you wrote it in if you were running that Leonard Jones fluid example. Opening it populates those 4 windows with something to view. And of course, like I said before, left click and drag will help you rotate. Right click and drag will help you translate. And if you wanted to click on something very specific, that becomes your new thing of interest. And if you're no longer interested in that particle, just click somewhere in the white space and it puts the rotation back in the center of the box. So you're now well equipped to work in the background while I show you some of the modifications that are going to be added to this. It's in slide content because it's going to last longer through time. And we can come back to this whenever you'd like. But the slide content as well as the dump files will be preserved online for us to work with, for you to work with as well. So here's that example. If you haven't run this yet, you can go back to the LAMMPS tutorial github.io page and run that Leonard-Jones fluid. Make sure you have this line added in your system somewhere toward the bottom above your run commands so that you can bring up this file or generate this file that creates the view here. The other thing to note is in the bottom right of the panel, you'll have inspection buttons, right? So these are things, if you click in this little pop-up box, you'll have new information gathering buttons that you can ask very specifically what's going on with this particle. If you wanted to ask what's going on between these two particles, that will give you more information. But as we'll show in a second, there's other things that are contained in this little pop-up thing here. Then now it's the downward facing arrow, that if you've generated data as part of your visualization, it's going to be accessible to you here. And I can't stress enough how important this is inside this visualization tool, because if you wanted to run something in LAMMPS that needed you to add a compute line or a different kind of fix to do some analysis in real time, if you forgot to add it, well, you'd have to run the simulation again. And a really good visualization tool is something that lets you do analysis after the fact, right? So this example here is using the coordination analysis modification. And if you pop up the extra information down here, you'll actually see the radial distribution function plotted out for you here. Even though you didn't actually have the compute enabled in LAMMPS, the analysis is available to you here. And of course, that's just sort of a one-off example or one line added to the visualization tool that can get you some new information. But the sky is kind of the limit about how complex your analysis can be, even though you didn't run it in the simulation itself. Okay, so let's start adding, if you have the visualization open, let's start adding a few modifications. They are available to you in this Add Modification drop-down menu. There's going to be a long list, and probably unless you're on a really high resolution giant monitor, they won't all fit here. So just hovering your mouse over the bottom will help you scroll up and down. I've pointed out a few that I think are really useful for early users, but I've also pointed out the ones that are the most powerful for any user, right? These are things like the pair distribution function, like that plot I was showing you on the last slide. These displacement vectors will help you calculate how far things are moved. Note, a lot of these things can also be done in LAMMPS, but if you forgot them, you can just do it after the fact in OVITO. You can ask for locally averaged properties in this spatial binning modification. You know, if you're just adding some visual elements, there's some extra options for you here. If you want to manipulate some of the data that's in that dump file, you can add these compute property modifiers to go further with your analysis. But this expression select is really the one that helps us create those complex visualizations, those ones that turn into journal covers eventually. So let's start by doing that. If we grab an expression selection from the modification menu, it's going to change the bottom right panel of the GUI to ask for more information of you. So in this Boolean expression that is what's going to create a selection of atoms, if you go and say, give me just a selection of the particle type 2 atoms, it's actually going to turn them a slightly darker red color. This very specific red that's darker than the other one is sort of the OVITO selection color. You can go a little further now that we're going to add more modifications bottom to top. And you can say, give me all of those original atoms, the type 2 atoms, as well as all of the other atoms that are within some distance from it. So that's expanding the selection with a new modification, using the option within the range and a cutoff distance of 4. Again, a lot of these options are available for you to change however you'd like as you're following along. Going one step further, you can, since the selection is still preserved, you can kind of whittle down the exact information that you want to change in the system, right? So now that I've gathered all of the atoms that are close by, I can say, with all of that selected, give me just back the particle type 1. So now we can see the original blue atoms again, but we have another subset of atoms that are selected in that deep red selection color. And what we're going to do is we're going to add now that we have a different selection of atoms, we can compute a property. This property is going to be assigned to every atom in the system. So what we're going to do is we're going to perform some alchemy. We're going to say anything that's selected, we're going to change it to particle type 3, right? We can just do that however we'd like. And now if I clear my selection with another modification, it's going to create a new coloring for those type 3 atoms, which are now in white, right? These are the neighboring atoms that of type 1, the neighboring atoms of type 2 atoms, the bigger atoms in that Leonard-Jones fluid that are type 1. Okay, but now the best, as I said, the best modification is this expression selection. So let's do it again. Create a new selection that's just the type 1 particles. This is only going to give us the remaining red atoms that were in the Leonard-Jones fluid. What we can do now is tell OVITO to take those other atoms, the original type 1 atoms, and change their transparency with a compute property, right? One more modification. We're going to change the output property in this drop-down menu to transparency, making sure we select the compute only for selected particles, and give it a value from 0 to 1 of how well you can see through the particle. 1 being you can perfectly see through the particle, so 0.9 we can just barely see it, and if we clear the selection, that's exactly what's left, right? Now it's time to render, right? We want a nice output image that we can put on our slides, like the one on the top right. So we're going to move over to the next tab on the graphical interface. So this pipeline is our modifications. This camera is going to be our rendering settings. In here, there's a number of different things that you can change, such as like, do you want to render just the one frame you're looking at? Do you want to render the entire simulation that you have access to? You can change the range over which you render that, as well as the output resolution of the image you want to do. If you're following along, you're going to want to save this file and choosing the output location. If you just click Render Active Viewpoint, it'll pop up a new window for you that'll just show you exactly this as sort of a standalone image. You can save that one image, but it's kind of clunky to do all by hand. But after you've rendered it and saved it, you can drop it in a much nicer, higher resolution image than what you can see in the graphical interface. So hopefully you've been doing this. Hopefully you've kind of changed your colors, your zoom, your rotation, and now you have a nice visual representation of the tutorials you ran already this morning, or wherever at time of day you are, depending on where you are in the world. Okay, so far, I've just shown you how to see what happened in your simulation. One of the nice things about OVITO is that it can actually be the starting point for a lot of simulations as well. As you've modified the visual elements, you can actually save what you've changed in your visualization into a LAMMPS data file that LAMMPS can read. The way you would do that is if you go back to our window of all of the modifications we've made to the Leonard-Jones fluid, which includes introducing a third element type, we're going to drop down from File and say Export File, which is going to bring up, a normal dialog window like this. And if you save it as a LAMMPS data file, it's going to bring up a new window that says, which frame do you want to export and some other options. Make sure you're using just the atomic style for the Leonard-Jones fluid, but if you're doing a more complicated simulation, change that to the atom style that makes most sense for your simulation type. And of course, if you follow the steps all through here, you can reopen that file that has all the modifications in there, and I can prove to you that there's actually type 3 atoms in the system, which maybe means something specific for the next simulation that you want to run. Now, again, we walked through the visual elements and the visual changes we can make to a very simple tutorial simulation, but trust me, you can be very complicated with your visualizations. Here's some that I've created over the years. Some of these are, shock physics of polymers, where you are allowing the system to pan, allowing the camera as you render to move through the system to follow something interesting that's happening. One of my favorite visualizations I've ever made is I had extra time when I was trying to defend my thesis. So I created this structure of my alma mater's logo in OVITO, just kind of modifying the atoms, changing the structure until I got to this P. And then I took that to LAMMPS and ran a deformation simulation where I made dislocations and slip planes out of it. And my advisor was quite impressed by how well I can waste my time in OVITO. But there's other really cool things that you can do in OVITO just by stacking up those modifications and changing it to whatever you'd like it to be. You can, of course, process very large simulations. This one in the bottom left was something I ran on the Frontier exascale computer. It's about 200, 300 million atoms worth of the system, and you can render this on the cluster itself using those remote loads and generate something really impressive just using a visualization tool. Now we're going to come back to that one in the bottom center because that's kind of your charge for what to do after you're done with this tutorial. But let me say just two more things about OVITO itself. If you really like what's happening in these visualization tools and you want to kind of take it to the next level, either with the analysis or the kind of visualization renders that you can get out of this, there is a paid pro version. I'm not here saying that you should go pay Alex Stokowski and his company for the visualization tool I just said. I get a lot of mileage out of it. And the reason I pay for the pro version is that you can script with Python through your visualization, your analysis, and all the other things you want to do for it. The example I'm showing you here is a 1 billion atom LAMMPS simulation that Stan Moore ran. And we rendered this on our clusters by using this Python interface and doing something clever by calculating the local density around the atom and changing the particle size so that you can see where the liquid droplets are forming in this gigantic simulation. One more thing is that there is a forum. So much like the LAMMPS forum, if you have problems, you're wanting to ask deeper experts than yourself about how to do something, this is a really great place to do so. The developers are active there all the time. I've gotten answers within a few hours sometimes for problems that I've had. So it's just ovito.org/forum, and there's just an account you'll have to make there, but no charge, anything like that for getting questions answered. Okay, so back to this LAMMPS logo. Why does it look all messed up, right? I actually did something to this. This was actually the result of a simulation that I'm hoping that you can run, right? So I'm going to switch over to OVITO again, and I'm going to open something new. If you're in Slack, you'll see something called the in.lamps logo, this file here, as well as this hidden lamps slice.data. This is a starting point for a LAMMPS simulation that I've created for you. And I want to reset all of this. It looks really boring, right? It just looks like a block of material, has nothing going on until create a slice in the 110 direction. Ta-da! There's a LAMMPS logo in there, okay? So I've gone in and I've colored I've made all of these atoms in the LAMMPS letters, a different type, they're type 2. If you'd like, you can run this with a Leonard-Jones potential and do whatever you want to this simulation cell. And as you do, the atoms are going to shift around and change, okay? They're going to do something interesting depending on what you've changed in your LAMMPS input file. So let me show you what I did, and you can change this however you'd like. I'm going to open something in OVITO. Sorry, I'm going to do that again first for instruction purposes. Instead of loading a file, like a LAMMPS dump file with this folder, I'm going to come over here to this one, which is going to load in everything that I've done in OVITO to this file before. So again, it looks similar. I've changed the colors to be the right blue and the right yellow. Didn't want to upset Steve and changing his logo too much. So let's do that slice again. There's the logo. And I'm going to click through all of these other modifications to show you how I've modified the visualization. I've added a selection followed by a couple of slices to delete the atoms that I want. I'm going to clear that out so that I can make some cool shadows. And now the cool part. So I'm going to give you a nice angle to view what I ran. And we'll all be impressed on how much time I wasted on this one. There's some exploding particles. They're flying into the LAMMPS logo. They're destroying it, but in a very visually enticing way. So this is all run in LAMMPS. In that input file, there's some commented out lines if you want to run this exact same simulation as me and change it however you'd like. But the point is, you can change the LAMMPS. I created this file in OVITO, took it back to LAMMPS to then run a simulation for it, and then revisualize something interesting off of it. All of these tools are available to you, not just to make cool visuals, but hopefully further your research and get you more insight into your problems than you would have by just running a simulation engine. I've got a bit of time for questions, and I'd like to leave the remaining time open to you all to ask me what else OVITO can do or debug any problems that you've seen so far while following along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch, for that great presentation. So if you have a question, please come up to the mic and form a line.
I do have Slack open, so I can see if you're typing in the general channel. See, this is what happens when you retire. You can't tell me what I can and can't do anymore.
Other questions?
If you don't know, that LAMPS logo that plays on this website is actually a real simulation as well. Steve ran that many years ago, and you may think it's just a trick in how he rendered it, where it kind of reverses itself halfway through. That's actually LAMPS using a negative time step. It gets far enough away, but then reverses time and gets you back to the start. I didn't know that until I talked to you a couple of years ago about it. I thought that was really clever. So,
Hey, and that goes back to the velocity relay.
yep, if the physics is done right, it should be reversible to a certain number of time steps. So the largest simulation you can actually load in OVITO is about 2 billion particles. Of course, that depends on the memory of your system. So if you have a really beefy computer, you can render something in the billions of atoms. I wouldn't suggest doing that. The way that Stan and I have gotten by to render something like this is we go in and we render a small subset of the image at a time. We raster through a big simulation cell and render all of those images in parallel, and then stitch them back together to create a giant image like the one that's on the bottom. Yep.
Yeah. Can you come up to the mic so the people online can hear, please?
For a very large size, so how do you do in the HPC cluster? How do you open OVITO in the HPC?
Yep. So with OVITO, if you open up the contents that you download off the site, there'll be 2 executables. One of them is just called OVITO. That's the graphical interface. The second one is OVITO S with an S on the end, OVITOs. And that's the one you would be launching on a cluster. One of the tools that's available to a pro version is if you go to File, you can generate a Python script. This is a Python script for all the modifications that I've added to the system. You would feed this Python script to that OVITO's executable that runs on the cluster for you. Yep. Yeah, the question online says, how does OVITO compare to other free visualization programs? I would say that OVITO is probably the best visualization code for solid state physics. I've gotten a lot of mileage out of it for a lot of problems in material and chemical sciences. There are plenty of other tools. Axel Kollmeier, who's the developer of LAMPS, also works on a visualization code called VMD, Visual Molecular Dynamics. That's probably the best one that you could have access to for proteins and biophysics, which is a very large community from MD users. There's still more visualization codes out there like Atomai and ParaView that have some pros and cons. I just really like the flexibility of how you add and manipulate your visualizations and through OVITO. And also there's a lot more support for LAMPS in OVITO. There's actually some modifications where you can render regions that are defined in a LAMPS input script, as well as other Python bindings that you can go between LAMPS and OVITO better. So there are plenty of good options, don't get me wrong, but I think OVITO and LAMPS are getting closer and closer together as those 2 software products mature. Question in the room?
Yeah, thank you for your talk. I just have a quick question about, say you have to do the same analysis on a bunch of different scripts or a bunch of different simulations, that is. Is it trivial to write some sort of like base analysis that you can just plug in your new output data files for, or output dumps?
Yep. That is, I think, the best use case of doing repeated post-processing is through the scripting interface. But of course, if you just have like a driver script that launches OVITO on the whatever input file you send to it, that's a nice repeatable way to do this as well. And you don't need a pro version for that one. Aiden.
Do you think there are people who should not learn how to use OVITO because it's too complicated? Should they just stick with really simple things, LAMMPS-GUI?
The LAMMPS-GUI is great. Don't get me wrong. Like how quick the LAMMPS-GUI is giving you images now kind of surprised me when I started playing with it a couple weeks ago. I think when you want to go to that nice quality render, I think OVITO is a great tool for that. If you want to add in analysis, like post-processing analysis as part of the visualization, that's another reason why a high-powered visualization tool would be useful. As far as I'm aware, the LAMMPS-GUI does not add analysis after the fact, after the simulation is over.
So how powerful is OVITO in like statistical analysis? And if there's like more powerful things out there, would you recommend using them in some cases?
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of analysis tools that are possible. So if I'm just kind of scrolling through and pointing out a couple good ones, there are time averaging tools, which is something that LAMMPS does not do very well, right? LAMMPS is very good at doing analysis in a few frames at a time. Otherwise, it doesn't want to know what happened before it. It throws away a lot of that data. So a visualization tool can help you do analysis over the time of your trajectory. There's other really cool analysis in here, such as there are correlation functions and spatial correlation functions that you can add into here, which will do Fourier transforms of any of your data. There's actually a lot of discussion in the Slack channel this morning about vibrational properties of molecules. This would be a way to get at that same data. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of things already pre-programmed in as analysis because they're used by a large number of people in the community. And if anything's more complicated than that, I think the onus is on the user to write a short script, either that plugs into the visualization tool or just a script on the side that is going to do that analysis for you. Another question in the room?
I have two simple questions along the lines of, is it doable? Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
So I generate an RDF inside of OVITO for a sequence of frames, and I put it over in the data viewer, right?
Yep.
Display. But as you go from one frame to the other, the bounds, and especially the vertical, the height of the RDF will vary from one frame to the next. And if you can cut it and grab it and, get it where you want, but then when you advance to the next frame, it forgets that. Is there a way to make that selection durable across frames?
Yeah, if you have very specific plotting requirements. So Tommy, this is the analysis you just asked for, is the paired distribution function. It's doing it in real time for us. It's giving you a breakdown of 1 to 1, 2 to 2, 1 to 2 particle types, but you notice that the y-axis is jumping all around. What I would suggest is actually in this data viewer, there's a way to export your data. It's actually just right here. If you want to, you can just save your data table that OVITO has generated for you and plot it in however, standardized way that you'd like.
Okay. And then the other question, let's say that you have a set of images from independent simulations, or maybe they're replicas from a PIMD.
Yep.
And what you'd like to do, so let's say you have 10 replicas, Justin, is load the trajectory for each replica in turn, add to scene so that they're superimposed.
Yep.
Reduce the particle size from the default to maybe 0.1, and then standardize either the color according to which frame it is, or just standardize the color.
Yep.
Without having to go through and make can this be done directly in OVITO without the Python feature?
Yep. So the way we would do that is actually you go to modification and you would combine data sets. So this is going to bring up kind of the same property window as you had when you were adding a data source. This would be the way to load in another snapshot from a different simulation into the same visual cell. And OVITO will treat all of those particles the same so that any of the stack of data that you've loaded in will all be modified with the same set of modifiers. And the way to get them colored by the frame that they were ordered in would just be a compute property modifier turned into a selection, turned into an assigned color. Yep.
So Mitch, there's a couple more questions on Slack.
Great. Yeah, so one way to get at the complex geometry of like porous structures is, tough, right? You don't want to write your own analysis code to figure out what the volume of your pores are based on empty or filled volumes in the system. One of the best ways that you can get at that is actually through something called the construct surface mesh modifier. It is always moving around, so I'm taking a second to look for it. Yep, down here. So what you can do is it's going to immediately try to figure out where the surface of your material is. And I think it's probably easier to go back a simulation, to go back a step. You can kind of see that there's like a new kind of envelope kind of wrapping around the material. You can see it better if I turn off the particles. So it's actually just this half wedge in the periodic boundary that the mesh is being cut around. The information it's actually giving you is it will give you different information about what that mesh is. One of those is actually the surface area, right? So if you know the volume of your cell and you know the surface area contained in that cell, it's really just a simple math equation to figure out what the average surface area to volume ratio is. And if you assume spherical pores, you can get a pore radii out of that calculation of surface area and total volume in your system. So that would be my suggestion on how to calculate pore areas in your system, in your simulation. Thanks for that question.
Any other questions in the room or online?
Just to comment on that, they did also recently add a thing where it will spit out like volumes for like voids.
Oh.
Something they added in the last few months.
Yeah, to repeat the comment for those online, the OVITO developers have added something specifically for porous structures that if you have enclosed space where a surface is sort of completely defined, it will tell you the total volume or other geometric features of that closed mesh. So even better than the analysis of just surface area to volume that I just explained. So glad that was brought up.
All right, let's thank Mitch again for the great talk. We now have a continued self-study tutorials, so you can either work on the LAMMPS-GUI or on OVITO, and that will last until 3 p.m. We'll have a break with water and coffee, and then the next tutorial is at 3:15 p.m. And if you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll try to, walk around and help people again with the self-study. And then online Slack, you can also ask questions. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to have the last tutorial of the day by Jacob Gissinger from the Stevens Institute of Technology. He'll be talking about the reactor package and modeling non-equilibrium reactive systems. So thanks, Jake.
Thank you, Sam, for the introduction. In case I look or sound familiar, you may have seen me this morning. For those of you online, I apologize. Apparently the audio was a little bit choppy, so hopefully the audio is doing a little bit better now. So yeah, I would like to talk about a tool that is implemented in LAMMPS called Reactor for modeling chemical reactions. Again, as introduction, I'm Jake from Stevens Institute of Technology, which is in Hoboken, New Jersey. All right, so let's jump into it. The kind of overview is I'm going to give an introduction to the Reactor tool, what it does, what it can do, what it can't do, and then jump into another last hands-on tutorial session of the day in which the nice group of LAMMPS developers here can help you with either this tool or anything else that you've been working on throughout the day related to LAMMPS-GUI or your own interests as well. All right, so as I mentioned this morning, right, typical MD simulations, you define all of your chemical bonds, for example, in the beginning of your simulation, and once you define those, they're fixed. So that's a kind of a limitation of traditional MD. So what this tool will be able to do is to define chemical reactions that happen in your simulation. So this slide I already presented earlier this morning. Here's a short video of some atoms kind of moving around, and you'll notice that all of the bonds remain fixed, right? There is a missing scale, though, for doing a reactive simulation. So in a reactive simulation, one way or another, we need bonds to be able to rearrange according to the local chemical environment. And so there are many different ways to do this. Of course, similar with atomistic interactions in general, to model chemical reactions accurately from first principles, you have to go all the way down to quantum mechanics, right? So including approximations such as DFT, type binding DFT, DFTB, or perhaps hybrid methods in which one small section of your simulation box is being operated on by a quantum mechanical method, and then another one is classical mechanics, and you have kind of a handshake region, and there'll be a couple talks about that, I know, later this week. So one way to reach kind of this holy grail of computational chemistry zone up here of large-scale, long-time reactive MD simulations is to start down at this point in the graph and kind of work your way up. So increase computational speed while making use of some of these highly accurate reactive models. A nice way to do that, especially in recent times, has been to use machine learning. So I think there'll be some talks about that this week as well, or there definitely will, right? Another way to approach that is to start with very fast methods of modeling MD, of modeling molecules, and then endow those with the ability to have chemical reactions happen during a running simulation. So that's the technique that this tool Reactor took. And so that's what we'll be talking about in this tutorial. So ultimately though, right, it's trying to reach the same goal of this target zone over here, large scale, long time reactive simulations. So what exactly is Reactor? What can it do? Big picture, it's a protocol for modeling chemical reactions using classical or traditional force field. So that involves adding and removing any number of specific bonds, angles, etc. If you kind of forget what angles and dihedrals are, feel free to ask for a reminder about that. So it can modify all those force field types as well as atomic charges. It was designed to be very general, so it can support any fixed valence force field. So you have your favorite traditional force field that you like to use, be it PCFF, the polymer consistent force field, OPLS, CHARM, GROMAX force field, etc. You can use any of those and kind of plug in this tool on top of that. And one of the most important things is a local on-the-fly stabilization of reacting atoms. So if you have an instantaneous change in energy, right, you need to stabilize that somehow. And the way Reactor does that is to locally use a very stable thermostat called NVE limit, which is a version of NVE that limits the maximum distance that atoms can travel in a given time step. So that is actually, I've kind of just accidentally messed up the coordinates entirely of a molecule, and I've seen NVE limit be able to untangle that into the correct configuration. So it's an extraordinarily stable way to do that. And that is just meant to locally stabilize your reaction for a short amount of time before kind of releasing it back to your normal overall system ensemble. So Reactor is currently only implemented in LAMMPS, where it's known as Fixed Bond React. And I'll go over a little bit about how to use it in a second, but feel free to check out reactor.org for more information as well. So rather than try to explain it anymore, here's an example. This is an example of a simple epoxy cross-linking reaction. So the idea would be that you fill your simulation box with a bunch of these monomers. So there are very standard ways to do that using various tools. And then you define your polymerization reaction, for example, and let it naturally cross-link to form a complex amorphous system. So in this case, if you filled your box with a bunch of these initial epoxy monomers, you then could form a highly densely cross-linked thermoset, which is not linear chains, but having a bunch of cross-links in your chains. And then after you have your initial configuration, you could, for example, turn off reactor and then do standard MD analysis after that. So I'm going to go through a couple of the features that have been added to Reactor over the years since it was first introduced. A couple, I think more than 3 LAMMPS workshops ago by now, probably. So the first one here is bond breaking. So say that you built your system and then you wanted to model mechanical failure of the system, which could include chain scission of your polymer chains. Reactor offers a number of ways to do that. Here is a simple example where I'm just going to take either side of this hypothetical polymer chain and pull it apart. And after this bond in the center here reaches a certain distance, a reactor is going to allow that bond to break in a stable manner. And so you can model, a simple way to model chain scission or mechanical failure of polymeric materials. And there are other ways to kind of make it more accurate rather than just a distance-based approach. As I'll talk about later, you can add different what are called reaction criteria or constraints that can add things like temperature, local temperature, or potential energy to define when that bond is actually breaking. Another thing you can do is to delete atoms based on topology. So say that you have a condensation reaction where, for example, water is coming off your reaction during polymerization, then rather than having the water hang around, you can keep it there if you want, if you need that for your property that you're trying to measure, or if you don't want it, for example, to mimic evaporation during a manufacturing process, what you can do is delete a very specific subset of atoms in your reaction. So here's an example of that where you can kind of see these atoms just vanish, right? So typically this would be a water molecule that comes off. I think I paused that accidentally. Typically this would be a water molecule that comes off and then, operates as normal under normal physics. But if you don't want byproducts, you can delete that as well. All right, so this last feature I wanted to show you was another relatively recent one where you can create new atoms in your simulation that are bonded to existing atoms. So that involves the creation of new bonds, the creation of new angles, dihedrals, et cetera, creating atoms from the vacuum. So here's just an example of a polystyrene chain, which is growing by starting with a little oligomer that we had in the beginning, and then defining a reaction template, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a second, such that we have new monomers being added to the end of this growing polymer chain. So this could be useful for if you wanted to, for example, functionalize a carbon nanotube or other surfaces with various types of functional groups. You could use this tool to do that and create a bunch of different initial configurations relatively quickly. So by now, Reactor has been used for quite a few applications, so I wanted to highlight some good work from other folks who have used it so far. First of all, in the upper left, there's some work that the seminal work that I did, which was relatively simple bulk polymerization, in this case of a polyamide system. As I mentioned before, you could also use it to functionalize carbon nanotubes, for example. And these folks here actually used it to model bonds that would break and reform on the carbon nanotube surface. So you can end up with kind of a stick slip type criterion where you could be pulling a carbon nanotube or other fillers through a polymer to model interfacial shear strength or other composite type properties and have interactions, covalent interactions between that filler and a polymer. Other things that has been used for include degradation and healing. So I mentioned, mechanically induced excision it can be used for, as well as things like self-healing materials. So if you have a vitromer, which is a certain type of polymer that's kind of halfway between a thermoplastic and a thermoset, which has dynamic covalent bonds. In other words, covalent bonds that can form and break much more easily compared to a normal covalent bond. You can model the self-healing of these types of materials. As well, it has been used for the interface for lithium-ion batteries, so the SEI, or solid electrolyte interface, which is very important for the ability for a battery to operate correctly over many cycles without a degradation in its performance. It also has been combined with other techniques such as grand canonical Monte Carlo. So for example, you could have CO2 or other small molecules be in equilibrium with a CO2 reservoir over here, and then interact with other materials such as a polymer to model carbon capture. It's also compatible with coarse grain dynamics. So some nice work by some folks at Sandia that have modeled polymer-induced phase separation, for example. And then a few applications also in the biospace. So as you may have noticed, LAMMPS isn't widely used for bio compared to other MD engines such as GROMACS, but it has also been used for that. So the point of this slide is it has a lot of applications, and I'd be happy to make it work for your application as well. So if interested, please reach out. Let's move on here. So how does it actually work? The idea is, I think, pretty simple, right? So you have a pre-reaction template, in other words, the topology of your reaction site before a reaction happens, and then a post-reaction template. So these are the main two things that you provide the algorithm, and the algorithm kind of behind the scenes takes care of the rest. I'll talk about exactly how you input this into LAMMPS, but you use what's called a molecule file or a molecule template. The file format is similar to a LAMMPS data file, at least the traditional LAMMPS molecule file. This is a very recent thing, but very recently we are also introducing a JSON file format for molecule templates. JSON is a file format specification that is kind of standardized, so many standard libraries can easily write and read JSON specifications. There is not a whole lot of support for that yet, so that's kind of in the works, but I just wanted to mention that moving forward. But either way, you would use a LAMMPS molecule template to read in the topology for your reaction site before and after it happens, as well as a map file, which basically provides a atom-to-atom mapping between your reactant and product. So that's the basic idea. And then behind the scenes, what Reactor does is goes through the running simulation, finds eligible reaction sites, and actually makes that conversion between the reaction and product happen in terms of all the bonds and updated angles, updated charges, etc. So one of the more, I think, one of the more challenging parts of using Reactor, or one of the obstacles, is actually creating those reaction templates to begin with. There has been recently a really nice effort to help automate that process. Actually, the author, Josh Kepinen, is in the back here. So if you have questions about Lunar, he'll also be giving a talk later this week about it, but feel free to reach out to him as well this week. But this is a Python-based toolkit that makes it really easy to automate several aspects of creating molecule templates, as well as atom typing, et cetera. And again, Josh Kempinen will talk a little bit more about that in tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure exactly when. So check out Lunar for a nice way to make it a little bit easier to overcome the obstacle of actually creating the reaction templates for whatever reaction you want to model. I also use maybe a little more old-fashioned workflow, including some custom scripts. So if you like to use VMD, I would recommend looking at the Molefactor plugin, which has the ability to add atom types and things like that, a little bit more manual. So I'd be happy to give you, any tools to make that workflow happen as well. But today, at least I'm not going to focus on this aspect of it, but rather talk about more of the features. Once you have your reaction templates ready, what can you do with this tool? first of all, I wanted to give a shout out to a relatively recent feature in LAMMPS, which has really simplified this whole workflow. So previously in LAMMPS, I mean, as of 2 years ago or so, all atom types and bond types, et cetera, were specified with numeric types. So for example, if you wanted to specify a carbon from a given force field, you would write a 1 and then a 2 for the next atom type, et cetera. There's this new feature called type labels where instead of numbers, you can do strings. So all the operations in LAMMPS, you should be able to instead use these type labels. And one of the nice things about that is you can just use the atom type from your force field. So if your force field uses CP, I think this is from the PCFF force field for carbon, and HC for your hydrogen, in all of your data files, molecule input files, LAMMPS input scripts, hopefully everything. If we miss something, let us know, but you should be able to use these type labels everywhere now. And that makes it a lot easier to use these files and reuse them for new simulations. So for example, if you create LAMMPS reaction templates, with a molecule file, and you use type labels, now, assuming you're using the same force field, you can use that again for the next simulation, and you don't have to modify it or worry about syncing up atom types, right? So what does that actually look like in practice? In a data file, for example, you could have, you have your LAMMPS atom type, your type sections, which you may be familiar with. There is a new section called atom type labels. So now you're basically relating the numeric atom type to your string atom type here, and then you can use your string atom type throughout your whole workflow. And we're also hoping that that makes it easier for LAMMPS to communicate with external tools and standardizes that a little bit as well. And I'll stop there, but yeah, there's some other plans related to type labels in the works. So, and by the way, you can also, of course, use that in molecule templates. So that makes it very easy to reuse and to create simulation-ready reaction templates. Okay, so mostly based on user requests, I've been adding features to Reactor over the years. I'll just briefly go over a couple of these, but for a full list, you can go on reactor.org or look at the documentation. But in general, a couple good ones which might be useful is to set reaction rate limits. So say you wanted to have an exact relative rate between two types of reactions, you can set that. I mentioned a couple of these other features already, so let's skip those. One which is useful sometimes is to enforce whether the reaction happens between molecules or within the same molecule. So say you were doing a polymerization reaction in which you always wanted only reactions to happen between molecules, then that could prevent cyclization, for example. Or if you wanted that to happen, then you could allow that to happen and then compare the difference. And I think I'll talk about briefly the rest of this shortly, so skip the rest of this for now. Another feature which has been helpful for some folks is to have constraints on whether the reaction actually happens or not. So the idea here is to make it more realistic. So say you had, two molecules facing like this that were going to polymerize. If they polymerize, then you end up with a very sharp angle in your chain. That's not physically realistic. Instead, you can have geometric relationships such that the angle between your two polymers has to be within a certain range before that reaction is actually allowed to happen. So there are a bunch of different geometric constraints, including kind of all your standard interactions that we've been talking about, angles, dihedrals, as well as this slightly more advanced one, which is a root mean square difference between your template, your atom positions in your template and the actual atom positions in your simulation. So if you had a more complex structure that you really wanted to match before a reaction was allowed to happen, you could use this one. There's also an Arrhenius constraint. So this enables the local temperature to be used, and you can define an effective activation energy using this Arrhenius equation here. And then most recently, there's a custom constraint which allows you to use actually any variable within LAMMPS to decide whether or not the reaction happens. And I'll give some examples of how folks and myself have used that so far. So here's some examples, I think some fun examples of ways, kind of more advanced ways that you can use Reactor. This first one here
is building graphitic phases. So graphene, right, is a 2D carbon, or in the case of if it's in a tube-like form, you can have kind of a 1D form of carbon. And what I wanted to do here was build a network of CNTs, of carbon nanotubes. And the way that I did that was to have basically an oligomer of a CNT, or a very short CNT, and then create new atoms out of nowhere and dynamically grow these CNTs within a simulation box. So the way that worked was to have a pre-reaction template that looked like this. These orange atoms here, by the way, would connect to the rest of a long CNT. So if you were growing that from the end, these orange atoms would be known as edge atoms, and so that you don't have to define the whole polymer or CNT. Instead, these indicate that we have some connectivity that's not shown. And then these green ones are the atoms that are added kind of spontaneously onto the end of this growing CNT. So I will show what that ends up. I didn't necessarily optimize all the parameters here, so we can see some CNTs ended up kind of running into each other and deforming a little bit. But this is something that you can build using this tool. So the idea was to put a bunch of short, I think about 20 short CNTs into the simulation box, define this CNT growth reaction, right? And then have them naturally form this, in this case, very dense CNT network. Some interesting things happen, such as CNT flattening and things like that, but we won't go into that too much. All right, so that's kind of a fun example of how to create CNTs on the fly. Here's an example of how to create a polymer. So in this case, this is a particular high performance thermoset that I wanted to model. And I also wanted to use some reaction constraints. So this particular thermoset first forms a linear polymer and then can branch or cross-link during the curing. In this case, with a pretty interesting method of trimerization. So this third, this is a diphenyl sorry, what is this? Yeah, so the polymerization of this monomer here actually forms another phenyl group in the center here during a cyclotrimerization reaction. So you can model this, you can model kind of arbitrarily complex reactions from organic chemistry. And in this case, I wanted to put some reaction constraints to make sure that it formed a physically realistic configuration while it was reacting. So the idea here is to be able to do this kind of in situ. So I combined these two methods here and wanted to model a thermoset composite that was polymerized basically around this CNT network. So first you build this dense CNT network, put all these monomers into the box first, define your polymerization reaction, and then you end up with a configuration that would be difficult to build, using other tools, because we're essentially doing in silico, in situ polymerization, right? So kind of modeling what would actually happen in an experiment where we first infuse this network with a bunch of monomers and then let it polymerize from there. So by the way, again, feel free to stop me with any questions as I'm going. Any questions at the moment? Okay. So here are some other ways or some other examples of kind of large systems that I've built using this method. You can do other types of graphitic materials, such as this model for a carbon fiber surrounded by polymer, and kind of in different configurations. And then from here, after you run this polymerization simulation, you can then do standard thermal mechanical testing, depending on your properties of interest. I wanted to give one more example before finishing up here, which is building hierarchical polymers. So, jumping back to a little bit of science here, there is a nice way to build polymers that have that are meta materials. In other words, have kind of microscale features using what are called block copolymers, which can phase separate. And then once you have that very specific microscale structure, one of the segments of your block copolymer can be etched away, and then you can fill it in with a metal or another type of polymer and then form lattices that have microstructure that is very specific. And then that's useful for things like separations and things like that. So how, could we model this in LAMMPS? One way to do that is to use Reactor in the following way. So fill a simulation box with monomers, polymerize it only within a predefined region that for example, would correspond to one phase of your block copolymer, and then delete all the other monomer, and you can end up with a metamaterial or a polymer with a specific microstructure, or maybe nanostructure in this case, right? So this is a relatively large simulation, but was carried out, using that procedure. So it turns out there is a nice closed form way to model what is called this gyroid structure, this gyroid phase of block copolymers. If you only allow polymerization to happen within this particular region defined by this equation. By the way, this was done using the custom constraint of Reactor, which is very flexible. You can put any equation, any kind of variables in there. So that allowed, only permitted reactions to happen within this region. And then I simply deleted all the unreacted monomer, and you end up with a box that looks like this, which has these channels that correspond to the voids in your particular phase. So let's play the video so you can kind of see what that looks like in 3D. By the way, this is colored according to that same equation I showed in the previous slide. Turns out there are two independent channels in this gyroid phase. So this kind of light yellow is one channel, and then it's unreachable, or this other channel is unreachable unless you pass through this polymerized polymer. So that can be, you can use that to do other things like model separations or the diffusion of small molecules in these materials. First, I wanted to show here a depiction of these two separate channels. So one shown in blue, one shown in red. And so, as I mentioned, you can do other fun things like that, such as put metal atoms into these channels and see what happens. Here's a case where I was just depositing gold atoms into a small region within this polymer. And you can kind of see them clump together and form larger groups in a process known as Ostwald ripening. Or if you wanted to end up with a gold nano lattice, what you could do is kind of deposit gold atoms uniformly throughout one of these channels, and you can end up with one of these gold nanolattices, which actually have been produced experimentally using this same method of polymer etching. Other things you can do from there is to look at diffusion of small molecules. So again, related to carbon capture, here is if you put CO2 inside of this channel, it stays within this channel relatively well. Whereas if you put nitrogen inside this channel, you can see it diffuse much more easily through our polymer into the other channel. So that's depicted here in the chart as well. All right, so the point of this was to hopefully get you excited about some of the things that Reactor can address. So with that, actually, first I'd like to point out that for the, if you're interested during this following time where we will open up the floor again to a hands-on activity, tutorial number 8 in the LAMMPS-GUI is related to Reactor. So that is actually basically a small version of what I was showing earlier, where you have a carbon nanotube surrounded by, in this case, just a polystyrene polymer. And it starts off with a bunch of styrene monomers, and then uses Reactor to polymerize that around the carbon nanotube, so you end up with a CNT polymer composite. All right, so with that, I'll leave this here and happy to take any questions and then help you with this tutorial or any other tutorials or any other LAMMPS related issues of interest for the rest of our time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Okay, do we have any questions from the audience? Yep. Can you come up to the microphone so the people online can hear, please?
In one of the slides, you showed that you checked for the polymer, like for the carbon dioxide versus N2, I think. So did you calculate like mean square displacement or something like that?
Yes, yep. So I didn't have all the results here. I was just kind of showing a preview, but yes, so you could calculate mean square displacement and then from there diffusion coefficients, right? Of this particular small molecule in this particular polymer matrix for suitability with respect to carbon capture or other types of properties or desiccation in the case of water. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
So back towards the beginning of the presentation, you kind of showed how reactors handling the individual bonding of two reactants. How does the reactor manage first absorbing that activation energy and then releasing whatever difference there is?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So the question was, how does it handle, absorbing reaction energy and then enthalpy of reaction, right? And then releasing it back into the simulation. So the short answer is that the simple reactor, it does not, right? It just has a stable way of converting from reactant to product. You can, if you know your enthalpy of reaction, you can tune the behavior of reacting atoms to be a little hotter or a little colder than the rest of the simulation box to simulate an endothermic or an exothermic reaction. But that would take some tuning and is not really a built-in tool. This was originally, thought of as just a way to get your initial configuration for polymeric systems, polymer composites, and it has since expanded a little bit. I won't get into it now, but I will say that there are some plans to incorporate that a little more rigorously. So that's an excellent question, excellent insight there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Jake. I was wondering what type of bookkeeping information is provided so that you can track how forward reverse reactions are done and what your final composition is, for instance.
Yeah. So you can track total cumulative reactions for each type of reaction. I think that should be pretty much enough. There are plans in the works to have some better output, probably in the form of JSON, to tell you a little bit more about where the reaction happens, the atom IDs of all the atoms in your reaction, things like that. That's not currently available. So those sorts of things, you would have to essentially every so often print out your entire reaction box to get that sort of information.
Okay. You would get that as a time series, for
Yep.
instance.
Yep.
You print it regularly.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, well, let's thank Jake again for the excellent talk. So we are now in another self-study tutorial, so you can work on LAMMPS-GUI or OVITO or Reactor. And the tutorials end officially at 5:30, and then dinner again is at 6 p.m. at Sawmill Market. If you need a ride and want to carpool, then meet around at around 5:30 p.m.